both in the delegates group as well as in the quiz group once we are done with the top 6. Quiz final will be at 5 to 6. In Hall A. Hall A. In Hall A, okay. Everyone can proceed for the inauguration ceremony to Hall A. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll check and tablet. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, mic test. 1, 2, 3.
So, a very good morning to everyone present. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Student Conference on Research and Education, also known as SCORE 4.0. We are thrilled to have such a distinguished gathering of professionals, students, and enthusiasts here today.
Our first speaker for today is Dr. Chancellor, who will be talking about a deep tech. Dr. of deep tech medical based in Bangalore with a background in at the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering since January 2019 and a research and developmental specialist at the Indian Institute of Science. In addition to his professional roles, Dr. Srinivas has volunteered as a specialist with UNICEF and as a project manager for the United Nations, focusing on telemedicine services in Cameroon. His extensive experience in deep tech, innovation, and commitment to social services highlight his leadership and dedication to advancing technology for global health solutions. Thank you, sir, for coming here today.
Thank you so much. I'll use that. Hello, check. Okay, so I believe most of you all are from MCODS Mangalore, right? MCODS Mangalore, most of you all, okay. So anyone from MCODS Manipal by any chance? MCODS Manipal all the way? Nice. Fine. So have you heard about, okay fine, have you by any chance heard about my lecture? Have ever seen me give a discourse on? Never. Okay, you guys are still here? You, huh? In Ignite you were there? Okay, okay. So one person, okay. Good. So that means most of you all don't know what I do, right? So the question is, I mean, it's a nice Sunday morning. You guys could have like chilled and do something fun, right? Why are you here? I mean, that's the first question I like to ask. So, so you guys like research? Just nod your head. I'll know the answer. Like you guys, both they love. They have no other option because they are hosting it. So you guys like research or like why are you here? I mean, just to. Okay, fine. So you guys generally like research. Okay, fine. Okay, so I do something which is called as deep tech. I have a startup. It's called Terra Nautilus. As hard as it sounds, so we do deep tech. So you guys know what is deep tech? What exactly is this category of? For example, if I say FMCG entrepreneurship, you guys know what it is? FMCG? Anyone? No idea? Huh? Fast-moving consumer goods. Good. So I'll give you some example. Like Swiggy, Blinkit. No, that's basically any consumer product which are moving very quickly. It's called as FMCG. Okay, as simple as that. Anything, name any restaurant which say Box 8. You guys get a lot of like Mojo Pizza, right? You get order a lot of pizza. So that's FMCG. And then next comes, please come. Oh, okay, so she's not here for the lecture, no problem. It's okay. Are you here for lecture or? Okay, good. Close the doors, let's lock the door and no one can get out. So, okay, so, yeah, so now there is something called as tech companies, right? Have you heard about tech companies? Give some examples, like, not you, you are on a cheat code, you know everything. So, I'm sorry, you can please answer, yeah. Any tech company example? Come on. Tesla, okay, Tesla is one. Anything? IBM is a good answer. Google is a tech company. Facebook, tech company. Apple, tech company, right? So then comes deep tech. So thing is, what is deep tech? Okay, so tech companies are something like, they sort of innovate on existing tech, tech which is already available. So before me, Professor Matthew, he was talking about something about innovation, invention. It's a very slight difference, but so if the tech is already available in the market and you're trying to innovate, for example, iPhone 1 was there, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, so that, there is not a big leap from the technology, right? It is there, they're just improving every time. They're increasing the iterations of it. So what is deep tech? So deep tech is when you invent something which is not existent before. The technology, so for example, Tesla is a tech company, But SpaceX is a deep tech company. So what makes SpaceX a deep tech? Who is the CEO of SpaceX? Anyone? Elon. Oh God, like Elon Musk, right? Why are you like, come on guys, like, I'm an alumni from this college. I don't have to be like so formal. Elon Musk, right? Even if you're wrong, that's okay. So Elon Musk, right? So the thing is, SpaceX is a deep tech. Tesla is a tech company. So what makes SpaceX a deep tech company? Because they did something called as orbital re-entry. Like, before, because if the rocket used to go to the space, that's it. It'll stay there and nothing will come back. Only a shuttle will come back, but that's sort of established. But what SpaceX did, they made a way of vertically landing the rocket back into, it's a very difficult tech. People said it's not possible till they did it. Right? That makes it a deep tech. So now, when I say I'm CEO of a deep tech company, right, I'm saying I'm Elon Musk of India, right? I'm not. So no, so actually I am CEO of Theranautilus. We are a deep tech company, and what we do, we are globally the first company and sort of the only company who do what we do, right? We are invented this technology, what we are doing. And this sort of inventions don't happen like, okay, one day morning I woke up, I thought, okay, I'm going to be a CEO, I'm going to invent something and become inventions don't happen like that. Inventions take 15 years of work, 10 years, 20 years of decades of research. Then you invent something, right? It takes at least 20 years for something to be invented. After that, you think of commercializing it. No, that's another big problem in itself. Right? So we invented something we called as nanorobots, right? So can you guys guess, I mean, by the name of it, what nanorobot can be? Like, you guys also be part of this. What do you think will be nanorobot? Tiny robot. So anyone knows what is nanometer? How small is it? 10 to the power of minus 9. Perfect. So 10 to the power of minus 9. You know how small that is? Like I can fit, I think, 1 million of my nanorobots side next to each other in one strand of your hair. That's so small, extremely small. Even those nanorobots are so small that your regular microscopes that you have in your which labs? Oral path lab, your regular microscopes won't be able to see them. You guys won't be able to see them, but I am making a robot which I can control, not just control, I can give a particular task for it to do. It does the task, right? A therapeutic task can be, I will explain about what different tasks we ask robot to do. So, do you think it is fascinating that something a normal regular microscope can't see, I'm controlling it and asking it to do a lot of therapeutic actions. So I think the wonderment shouldn't be how am I controlling it, The wonderment should be like how are you even making it? Like for example, if I give you like, okay fine, I give you a block of wax, okay? I give you, what do you call it, the wax knife, first year you must have done, right? Carver, sorry, I forgot. Carver, yeah, sorry, carver. So yeah, I give you carver, right? And you do that wax carving, right? You do lot of things, different things. After that tooth is done, some guys are good at it, some guys are not good at it. But that is the limit to which you can do, right? With your hand you can carve a structure this big, right? This small. After that you can't do it. So imagine a structure your microscope is not able to see. I'm making it. Right? It's not like egg bana diya and I'm done with it, right? It has to be iterative, right? If I'm making a factory of nanorobots, all the nanorobots should look alike. For example, you buy a car, like which car? Like say you bought a Tata Nexon car, right? Every Tata Nexon car should look same. It should have the same specifications. It should not like one car is looking one way, other guy is looking some other way. Then it is not something like you're producing in a factory, right? It's like randomly you're making. So imagine how hard it will be to make something that small and then to control it. Okay? So that's what we do, right? And as I said, globally the first. And we have been very well, and I say we, I'm not saying I, because I cannot take the whole thing, oh yeah, I'm very grateful that they made me the CEO of it, but it's like entire team of, I would say, geniuses working on it. I'm not, they are. And those people are the working horses and they are like amazing, right? So those, and I say we, whatever I say, I'm going to say we, because it's Theranautilus I'm talking about. And we have got lot of recognition globally. Big companies like, US big companies, UK big companies, their CIOs, that is Chief Innovation Officer, like GSK is a big company, right? You know GSK, right? Okay, another big company is Henry Schein. You know Henry Schein? Anyone? Henry Schein. You know Henry Schein? Okay. Henry Schein. Nahin? So if you go to US, that's the largest dental company. It's a Fortune 500 company. Yeah, so they came to us. Flew to India, came and met us, right? After that, another big company called Lion Corporation, the largest company in Japan, they came and meet us. So what actually made these people come and meeting us, right? There must be something special about it, right? So this lecture is about what I do, right? And also I want to inculcate the sense of entrepreneurship. Like if, forget that, like how many of you want to do entrepreneurship? You're the only one, good. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you want to do entrepreneurship? Okay, so why you guys don't want to do entrepreneurship? Seriously, why not? Because see, once you become a dentist, after that you open your clinic, right? That is also entrepreneurship. You're trying to sell something, right? If one clinic does well, you'll open up another clinic. That is also entrepreneurship, right? So that's the way all of are going to, unless we become government doctors or professors, that's different thing, but most of us will do that, right? So you should know a little bit of entrepreneurship. Okay, so I want to take a general consensus. So you guys are in like which year of your, I know all of you are dentists, which year? All of you are in final year? Okay, third years, how many? Just raise your hands, third years. Final year, how many? Interns? 3 interns. See? Second year, huh? Good, perfect. Please come. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, so I told you so many things ki ye kiya, wo kiya. So you guys know what is a unicorn? Anyone? In startup world, what is a unicorn? Anyone? Please give any answer. You can also say unicorn is something which horse with a one horn. That's also okay. That's also unicorn. What is a unicorn? Like anyone? You know, you're saying something. Somewhere. Okay. Anyone else? You are using Google? No? Okay. So last time I think he is, but I think he's not. I don't know. So last time what I did, I was asking some questions to students to warm them up. Put a picture of a scientist, and anyone who can tell me who this person is, I'm going to take you for lunch. That's what I said. And whole room was silent, including professors were silent. One kid stood up and gave the answer. I was very, that person was inventor of implants. I was very surprised. I said, you are very well read, very good. And later that kid said no. And I said, how did you do? I said Google Lens. Okay. So, and you know what? And after him, many people gave answers, almost 30-40 kids gave the answers. And I promised that I'm going to take you for lunch. I had to take 40 people. Thing is, I got tricked, But the thing is, what I liked about them was, they were honest about it. We were using technology. So, so unicorn is something, any company that has a $1 billion valuation becomes a unicorn, okay? So 1 billion in Indian currency is 8,000 crores, okay? So if your company is valued at 8,000 crores, you become a unicorn. It's as simple as that, okay? How many unicorns are there in India? How many companies, every day there are some thousands of 5,000, 6,000 startups, they get registered. How many of them are unicorns? Who have a valuation of 8,000 crores? Not 150, but around 115, 117 now. There are just 117 companies in India which have this unicorn valuation. Their valuation is 8,000. You know most of them. You know Zomato? You use Zomato. You know Swiggy? You guys use Swiggy. You guys know Mamaearth? So you're seeing a trend. Okay, fine. One more example I'm going to give. You know Grow app? You guys invest. You guys should invest. You guys invest? It's okay, no problem. If you don't invest, you should start investing your money. No matter, internship, the biggest mistake I did, whatever money I was getting, I had to spend all of that, right? Bought lot of Legos, went to Medicare and all of that. But don't do that, okay? Save some money, enjoy, save some money, invest that money. It's important. Okay, so Grow and Zerodha, they are online brokers, right? So their market valuation is around 24,000 crores. 24,000 crores. You know how many zeros are there in it? 24,000 crores, right? Mind-boggling. 24,000 crores, that's the amount of money that company circulates. 24,000 crores. Think about it, guys. Keep thinking. 24,000 crores. Okay. How many zeros in 1 crore, by the way? Anyone? 7. 24,000 crores. How many zeros? 10 zeros. Okay. They're saying it's connected, but I'm not. Oh, I'm seeing. And this information labs is there. That will come 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. So I'm going to tell you guys, see, of course, you know, I asked you the first question, why you guys are here, right? You guys, this is Saturday, Sunday, you guys can have fun, right? But why are you guys sitting here? I really appreciate you guys coming and sitting here. But you guys also should know, why am I here, right? I don't have any other job in the world, like, you know, ठीक है यार, कुछ है नहीं. तो मतलब ऐसी है, शादी हुई है, 1 साल हुआ है, तो you know, चलो मतलब बीवी को भी घुमा के लेके आते हैं, है ना? So, right? ठीक है. So I have to tell you guys. अरे यार ऐसे तो नहीं होगा. God, this is like, okay, really bad. Okay. So I think 10 days ago I gave a lecture in TU Delft. So have you heard about TU Delft? Anyone? No idea. I know you guys have no idea. So TU Delft is one of the best universities in Europe. Okay? I was asked for a plenary talk, that is sort of, and all were like engineers and physicists, they came to listen to me. And I remember while I was changing the slides, okay, there was 1 second delay that was happening every time I was changing the slide, okay. There was a riot over it, a riot. I mean, people were angry. How can this be happening? This is a conference, you invited people and things are not in place. And that was just 1 second delay lag that was happening. And well, we are still waiting for the information to come, right? That's okay, right? Love conquers all. I love you guys more than anything else. And of course, I'm not here to tell you, nah, this is wrong, this is that, that's okay. Even if this doesn't work, I'll come. Because so to be successful in all of you all, right, you have to go through lot of, I would say, failures, lot of embarrassments, you know, that is the part of it. They said, you know, Grow app, right? Grow app, so a lot of you nodded your head. Now you say, I have no clue what is Grow app. So Grow app is something, its market valuation is 24,000 crores. That's the amount of money that it circulates, okay? And this is a unicorn, Grow app, okay? So Saturday I got this mail, okay? You can check the date. And this mail is from this gentleman, he calls himself Lalit Khesre, okay? And he said, are you available next Saturday? I would love to visit the campus and discuss with you how I can be of any help. Okay? And this Saturday is today, right? I mailed to him saying, sorry, I cannot come. I'm busy because I have to go and talk to some undergrads. You know who this person is? Any idea? No idea. See, that's the thing. You guys have no idea who are the powerful people in the world, right? You guys know Shah Rukh Khan, Ranveer Singh. Those guys are useless, trust me. They just dance on the money that is thrown onto them, right? So it's very important. Please, ma'am, are you here to listen? No? Okay, no problem. Okay, now I see I'm going to make her sit and listen to me. Okay, so I was a middle bencher. So interested, not interested at the same time. And this is all coming back to me, right? I can understand the pain the professors go through when students are not listening. Okay, fine. Coming back. So this gentleman, Lalit Khesre, he said he wants to meet me today. And he said, I will come and meet you and I want to ask you if you can be, if any help. So this person, Mr. Lalit Khesre, I said, no, I cannot come. Of course, I'm busy here. I cannot come. So sorry. So this person who was willing to come and meet me, he is a CEO of this company called Grow, right? Grow is an app where you invest. His company circulates 24,000 crores. His time is extremely valuable, right? Even if you divide 24,000 crores per 1 minute a day or every day, that is in some zeros of crores. He said, I would love to come and talk to you and meet you. Okay? I said, no, I cannot talk to you because I have to go somewhere, right? That means I said no to this person and I'm here. So you guys should know, you know, that's the amount of priority level we have towards you guys. And it is not because he, "ठीक है यार, I don't care about who is he, ठीक है, he's a billionaire, I have huge respect for him. He is leaving his company, coming to meet me for 2 hours. 2 hours on a Saturday, how important that is to a person of that stature. It is important. But to me also, of course, I want his money. He is like 24,000 crores. Give me some money. He's ready to give that. But I'm still here. It is because of pure love, right? Because I love this college. Because a lot of people have told me and asked me, why you keep running? You can't go to these sort of, you can't just keep running. Every time they call you, keep running, then there'll be no value. I said, doesn't matter. When you really like something, you really love someone, really doesn't matter. Like, the professor before me, he said, Lazarus, Dr. Matthew, doesn't matter. Even if one person is sitting in the class, I'll still talk to that person and walk away, right? Okay? So I really want to give back to the college, and nothing in the world, no amount of money in the world can actually buy me that. Okay? Buy me out of it, right? Oh, I'll give you some money, just come this side. No. Anyway, so this has been taken care. I cannot, maybe I'm here, but someone else is meeting. That's okay. But okay, so that means you guys are really special, right? Because very, very special you guys are. Okay, so let me tell you what is a nanorobot. Okay, nanorobot is it looks like a helix. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I know moment I get into the science of it, I've been working on this for the past 6 years. The people with whom I am working, the rest of the startup, they have worked on it for 20 years. If I start explaining the science, you guys will get like bored immediately. I know that. So just look at it. It's a spiral structure, okay, with a head in front of it. Okay, it can be used to deliver drugs. Okay, one more thing. Okay, it can be used to do lot of stuff, not just one thing, and it can be controlled in 360 degrees, just like this, right? We are making it go forward. I'm recapping it. The reason because there's only one guy who listened to this lecture last year. So we made some other discoveries, some other innovations, some other inventions that I'm going to top on top of it. But if I don't tell you about what these things are and directly, you guys will completely, it'll be loss of idea what I'm talking about. Okay? So is hardly 3 microns. It's very, very small, 10 power minus 6, extremely small. And as you can see, I can control it in any direction, like going forward, going backward. There are no wires. It's completely untethered, right? Untethered robot and forth. So, multiple you will love to watch, which can actually, which will help me to in this talk, because okay, said Shah Rukh Khan is a useless person. Very sorry, he is a very useful person. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be actually belittling anyone. So one Shah Rukh Khan once said, if you really want to know how good of an actor you are, right? 5-year-olds, okay? It's very hard to grab their attention. Moment you do something, they'll be looking at somewhere else. But if you can engage a 5-year-old, that means you're a good actor, right? So now for me, you guys are not 5-year-olds, of course, but it is a weekend and you guys have to basically do fun stuff at this age, right? I had to grab your attention at any cost. So I'm going to show you all the fun stuff, okay? Not talk about science and everything. Okay. So as you see, this is a nanorobot. There are some particles. It is going forward, catching all the particles. Now it is going to move. It is basically carrying those particles ahead, okay? That's the first. Then as we keep going ahead, it is sort of releasing the particles also on command. So basically you can go grab particles. Any particle can be bacteria, can be any drug, get hold of it, take it somewhere and drop it. Imagine this is happening completely untethered, right? I'm not like, there is nothing touching it. It's just remote nanorobot. Now it is releasing all the particles, all the drugs, okay? So now we sort of invented this technology, the basics. Now the thing is, okay, stop, too fast, okay. Now you have to think of the things that you can do with it, that's where creativity comes. I think as the Professor DILIP NAIK was sort of telling about me, he's a Shanmukh and all, so he said, hello, Shanmukh, he's a cartoonist. If you guys, I don't know. So I was a cartoonist. In the sense, I used to win all the university level events. That is Utsav. Is it still Utsav? Still called Utsav? Okay. So every year I think I participated in Utsav in 4 years. All 4 years I was the best cartoonist for Utsav. 4 years. I was good at it. So the thing is, it's creativity, right? You know A, you know B. You can do this, you can do that. The question is, what are you going to do with it? Right? What will you do? For example, wheel was invented. You invented a wheel. What will you do with it? What's the point of inventing a circular structure? Some creative person put that circular structure on top of a cart and thought it will be helpful for the beasts to carry us because the friction reduces. It reduces because there's just one point of contact. That's all the physics part, the science part of it. But someone thought maybe we can make the carrying load part easier. Then how else will you use a wheel? You think of a gear system, right? Lot of things. Your dental burr is basically a wheel only. Think about it, all the gearing systems. So it's about the building blocks. So these are the building blocks in this technology. You can take anything, drop it anywhere. Carry something, drop it anywhere. Where will you use it? How will you use it? Okay. Take care. So now it's all about figuring out what are you going to do with this technology. Okay? So this is again a fun thing. So we took how small is this nanorobot? So small that we put this nanorobot inside a living cell. This is a small nanorobot moving. It is literally going inside a cell, right? A structure, a robotic structure, so small that it is being controlled inside a cell. As you can see, it is going and pushing all the cellular. What is there? What is it pushing? Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions now. What exactly is it pushing? Someone said the answer, right? Cytoplasm, right? It is pushing the cytoplasm and going inside a cell. The thing is, okay, now I'm going to open the stage. So you know what you can do. You know what I can do. I'm going to ask you, how will you use it? That's what will actually determine if you can do some science, if you're interested to do some science, right? So tell me, how will you use it? Now you know a nanorobot can be controlled inside a cell. How will you use it? Any ideas? Just throw some ideas to me. Huh? Sperm, okay, that's a good idea. Gene mutation, that's a good idea. Transfection, okay. Anything else? Okay, I'll come to that. That we have done. That's a very good answer. Okay? That's a very good answer. That's a very, very good answer. So you are which? What? Manipal. It's a very good answer. Okay. So of course you can use it for sperm delivery. All of that has been done. And of course someone answered that for transfection. Prajwal did. Basically you can put some molecules to it. It can take it. You can take the thing. The nanobot can go inside the cell and it can transfect it. But the most important thing, the basics of science, any changes that is happening inside a cell you can know. Like for example, if a body temperature is increasing, we can put a thermometer and tell something is wrong with the body, right? Temperature has risen. But you can't do that at cellular level. Can you do that? Can you put a thermometer inside a cell and tell the temperature is going up or down? You cannot. You actually know. What is the temperature of a nucleus? You think the temperature of nucleus or the temperature of cytoplasm is same, or will it be different? Huh? Different. What is the temperature of nucleus? Anyone knows? No idea. What is the temperature of brain? Anyone knows? Okay, fine. So brain is the warmest part of your body. Like your feet, your hands must be cold. Put your hand on your brain, it will be warmer. It has to process. It's processing information. It has to be active all the time. Your heart is warmer, right? So every different organelle has different temperature, but you can never tell the temperature of a nucleus. How will you put a thermometer to size of a nucleus and measure the temperature? But now you can. We are doing it. You can tell the difference in the viscosity of cytoplasm. Any small change that is happening in a cell, you can tell immediately, okay? This is one of the implications. So now coming back to the flashy stuff. Okay, so we can do fun stuff inside since I can control the motion of a nanorobot, so I can write anything on basically inside a cell, right? So here in this video you can see the nanorobot is writing the letter N, right? You can see it's going in, like it's going to write a letter N. We are just tracing it. So it is this whole thing is a cell here, and the nanorobot is making the letter N inside it, Okay? That is, so, and I'll tell you the fun story. Okay? This is too boring. I'll give you the fun story. So I have my co-founder, his name is Devan Dasgupta, right? He's extremely like brilliant scientist. So what he did, uh, okay, fine, I'll tell, okay. So he took lot of cells, right? He put lot of nanorobots inside those cells and he proposed his wife, right? Will you marry me? Sorry Meghna, I didn't do it, but anyway, it was an arranged marriage, you know, what else do you expect? Like, you know, like he knows he'll be saying yes to it, so. But all that effort and she says no. Okay. Fine, this is the fun stuff. So basically here we have shown that we can write the letter N inside a cell. That means how that much precise we are in moving a nanorobot inside a cell, okay? So that's how it is. Okay, so now let's come to the topic which is of interest to you guys, okay? So nanorobots as endodontists, right? Because I can keep going the basic science part. You guys will ठीक है यार कर रहे हो कुछ नाम लिख रहे हो cell के अंदर. I'm not at all flattered by it. So what? Like, what's so great about it? Okay. Okay. So nanorobots as endodontists. So don't you think it will be easier if for example you put a bunch of nanorobots inside a tooth and they do the root canal treatment and you know, just after like 20 minutes you just take the fluid out and you are done with it. Don't you think your life will be easier? Don't worry, we'll make sure that you guys can charge double the amount of money, you know, we'll make sure of that because we want to work with dentists. Don't you think it will be fun if this thing happens, right? So now the question is, okay, fine. So tooth, if you see take a tooth, right, is it transparent, translucent or completely opaque? Translucent to some areas, but mostly opaque, right? You can't see through a tooth. So now the question is, for example, you have to show like which is the smallest structure, patent structure inside human body. Smallest patent, sorry, you will not understand patent. Smallest structure inside a human body, which is patent. Okay, the smallest tube inside a human body, tell me. Smallest canal you can think of inside human body. No, ear canal is very big. I can see it through my eyes. Heart capillaries are smaller than that. Come on guys, you guys should be answering this. I'll call Karen ma'am, huh? Huh? What? ठीक है, somewhere there, smallest? Huh? Minor salivary glands, heart capillaries are smaller than that. Huh? No, come on guys, come on. Who said that dentinal tubules? You said it, good. You guys are like what? Like best minds of MCODS Manipal sitting together? Good. Smallest structure is dental. What is the size of dentinal tubule? Now someone has to answer. It's okay guys, I will not judge, don't worry. I'm a very average student, right? Okay, I just behave like I'm a genius, I'm not. So what is the size of dentinal tubule? It's okay. Even if you go wrong, it's okay. Someone said it. What? Who said it? You said it. 0.1 mm. 0.1 mm is no. You are 100 times more than the actual size. So dentinal tubule is 1 micron, right? It's very small, 1 micron structure. And the thing is, now it is extremely, now, okay, fine. Now, for example, you guys know the physiology, I can go quickly through it. On the pulp chamber, you're putting nanorobots, okay, and you're selling the nanorobots inside the dentinal tubules, right? How will you prove that nanorobot went inside the dentinal tubule? It's very simple, it's not like super science. How will you do it? Huh? A camera, you cannot see, right? Because if I am hiding behind this dais, can you see me with camera? Huh? Radiograph is a good way, but can your radiograph see a dentinal tubule? No, it cannot see. How? Think. But dye is different. How will you know nanorobot has gone in? Take it. Somewhere, tracker. Good. Right there. Okay. Let's reel back. So nanorobot cannot be seen. So dentinal tubules, way to see dentinal tubules, something, you know what is scanning electron microscope, you guys? You know scanning electron microscope, right? You can see extremely small details. Have you seen a scanning electron microscope image, black and white images? Have you seen? I'll show you some images. Wait. Okay, if I show this, oh God, okay. So basically, I cannot show it because that's okay. Scanning electron microscope is extremely magnified image, you can see it, okay? But there also, if you send one nanorobot from one end, you send it deep inside, then you break the tooth, see it under scanning electron microscope, it is not live that you are seeing, right? For example, I'll give you a very simple example. For example, I take a ball, right? You guys are all outside the room. I say I can throw this ball to the other end of the room, okay? And I'll switch on the lights, you all can see ball in my hand, I'll switch off the lights, I'll throw it, then I'll switch on the lights, the ball will be on the other end of the room. That means, because it's in my hand, I'm the one who threw it all the way there. But is it actually a proof? No, it is something that you are sort of concluding in your mind. He had ball in his hand, he must have threw it other way because it went to that distance, but it is not live, you are not seeing with your eyes, right? It will be proof when I throw the ball and you see it with your eyes and it went all the way flying to that end of the room, right? So now how will you see something which is like opaque? Kaise dekhoge? How will you see something? How will you see something? So now that's where the technology comes in. Can you see something which is opaque? You cannot see. You cannot see what's behind this wall. You cannot see me, my legs right now because it is an opaque structure in front of you. So that's where the deep tech comes in. We found a way of doing it. Okay? And we actually saw a nanorobot going inside a dentinal tubule. Okay? So I'm going to play that video. As simple as it sounds, we found a way, we figured out a way and we did it. It's not as simple. Okay? I have a free speech to talk and I'm here to tell my opinions to you guys. Okay? This practice of 5% of the contribution of papers are coming from this college, next year 13%, that is, don't do that. That's not science. Okay? Publishing 10 papers a year, 20 papers a year, 30 papers, that's like they are, I mean, I'm so sorry, but that's, they're corrupting your mind. Science is like, it's, you take your time, let it happen, prove something which has not been done before. Like that is science. Like one of the professors is doing something, you take one toothpaste, take other toothpaste, just test which causes more hardness onto the teeth. That is not science, right? Okay, anyway, so we spent 4 years for this one video and we saw this video at morning 2 o'clock, okay? And it is extremely hard, okay, to see this. Imagine if I hold and throw this bottle, you won't be able to track this bottle going off my hand. It is so hard with naked eyes and it's such a macro object. Imagine an object around like, a 10 million times smaller than this, 10 million times, how small that is, right? Literally, I'll give you a comparison, right? It's the difference between the size of the sun and an ant on this planet Earth, right? Now you see the difference. How big is sun and how small is an ant on this planet? Can you imagine how small that is, the difference? So how will you track an object that small? It is very hard, lot of science. We did it. I'll show the flash image, okay? So here, can you see? Okay, this is fine. So this is a nanorobot, okay? It is, something is moving. I'm tracking it. Okay. Something is moving. I'm tracking it for you guys. So nanorobot has just come out. It is moving dhire karke. Okay? And you are seeing something shiny. Wait. Sorry. You are seeing something shiny here, right? Can you see this shiny object here? Right? So this shiny object here is a nanorobot inside a tooth, and it is inside the tooth. I mean, it's not on the surface that is moving. It is moving inside the dentinal tubule, right? So it is a completely opaque tooth and a nanorobot moving inside it. That's what we are seeing here. So it was a big marvel and we got it published in a very big paper. A lot of people appreciated it. It actually got us IDR Haytens Award. So yeah, so now we can see a nanorobot trying to enter the opening of a dentinal tubule, right? But moment it enters the tooth, you cannot see it because tooth is a opaque object, right? You won't be able to see it, track how it is going in. So just to do that, we did this innovation. We used something called as upconversion and lot of AI and all of that. So, and we sort of showed the proof that, a nanorobot is actually traveling. These are the dentinal tubules that you are seeing here. And you can see that actually a nanorobot is traveling inside a tooth, right? So that's how we established just the proof of concept that you can actually take a structure that is as small as a nanorobot, That is 10 power minus 9 times to a meter, almost as small as 1/1,000,000th of your hair thickness, and that we can control and move inside a tube. Now I'm going to show you a larger image so you can appreciate it even more. Okay, so as the movie rolls, right, so these are the technical terms, don't worry about it. Okay, can you see this small dot here? Right, so this actually is 30 microns deeper inside the tooth, that is the depth at it, and this nanobot is being controlled. We are taking it back and forth. We went forward, we stopped it, again pulling it backward. So all this kind of cool stuff we did, and we showed an application of this in endodontic reinfection, right? We showed that we can take the nanorobots inside the dentinal tubules, we can kill the bacteria, which is AMR, and we killed it not by using any chemical method, because that's what is used. Like, you know, you use bleach. Bleach is not good, right? If you Professor Kundumala is here, endodontics, you have to be extremely careful while using even 1% bleach, right? You have to be extremely careful because it can cauterize the tissue. It is very caustic to the tissue. Right? But we use something called as heat. So now I told you that nanorobots can be used to carry load from one place to other, but it can also be used to generate heat. Nanorobots can generate heat, you know, they can, and that heat can be used to kill the bacteria. And after killing the bacteria, we pulled them back to the central canal and we took them out. So this is how the procedure went. We put the nanorobots in the central canal, drove them in the dentinal tubules 2000 microns deep, killed the bacteria. After killing the bacteria, we pulled them back from that space into the central canal again and pulled them out, right? So that's like amazing, right? If you think of the scale at which these things are happening, take care. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the build up. So this was what happened, I think, almost 3 years ago. Got a good publication. Lot of people recognize that some company, some startup in India from IS is doing some great job. Lot of attention, media attention, but those things are very futile. You should not go by those things. Those things are very short-lived. Okay, so then the thing is, what's next? What's next are you going to do? So we killed the bacteria. That's good. Then we thought, now it's time to build something. You know, because tooth, I'll call it disease. Yeah, I can. Lot of pathologies in tooth are deleterious. You know why they are called deleterious? Because sort of you are deleting certain tooth material from the tooth, like say caries, right? Internal resorption. You guys know what is internal resorption? External resorption of fruit. Okay, you guys know. I'm so sorry. Okay, so basically the lot of tooth structure loss that is happening, right? Can you build the tooth? Because now you're killing the bacteria, you can do it. Can you deliver precisely the tooth building materials to the places where there is loss of the tooth structure, right? That's the next question. Again, this thing took 3 to 4 years, 3.5 years now, almost 4th year, 4 years of research. As I said, nanorobots can be used for drug delivery. They can be used to deliver the drug to whichever area precisely you want them to deliver the drug. So, okay, you guys are in final year, right? Final year, okay. So what are bioceramics? Okay, fine. Where do you use bioceramics? Give some examples. Bone graft, okay, very good. Also for, okay, okay, you know what bioceramics, of course you know, I'm just trying to put you in this conversation, okay. So now, don't you think we can actually load the nanorobots with these bioceramics, okay, and we can take them to a place precisely where it is needed and make them build that tooth structure, right? So I'm going to cut the long story short. We did it, okay. We made them, these are the nanorobots, right? The spiral nanorobots, as I showed you in that video. We took them inside the dentinal tubules and we made them form these blocks, and everything has been formed on command, okay. So right now, the technology what we are demonstrating here is that we are trying to solve dental hypersensitivity, right? Because, you know, enamel loss happens, the dental tubules are exposed, anything heat, anything cold, it causes that pain. So here we are taking the nanorobots, wherever the exposed tubules are there, we take them inside, we form the blocks. Now you tell, okay, now let's, you guys do root canal treatment, final year you guys should be doing. You don't do RCTs yet? Okay. Interns, you guys do root canal treatment, right? So where do you think this will be useful? throw some use cases. Okay, these are the place where I think it's a very good place where I can use it. Huh? Apex, okay. Open Apex. But Open Apex, okay, but okay, fine. Yeah, anything else you can think of? Huh? Just keep answering, it's okay. Huh? Huh? Broken infant retrieval, for that you don't need, like, you don't need bone building, right? So where do you need? Okay, I'll give you one example. So these are one of the many use cases. So in case of perforation, you know guys what is perforation, right? You basically perforate. The current method of doing it is basically, that's what, I mean, you take that bioceramic, you wrap it to the file and you try to push it in the canal, so that, and expect some of it will go to the perforation where it has happened. So what is the tip of, usual tip? Around 0.2 mm, that's very small, right? So in that area, it's very hard for you to push that bioceramic, it's very messy process. So now you can basically use the nanorobots, that's what we are trying to do now, that's the next thing, and we want to completely automate it. So you take a CBCT of the tooth where perforation has happened, you actually figure out, the computer will figure out where exactly is the perforation, which in a 3D space where exactly that is. Then you put the nanorobots, and that computer is going to guide the nanorobots to go to the place and basically fill the perforation, right? Just the way you are seeing, this is the dentinal tubule, and you can see this solid plug that is being formed, right? So this is one of the use cases that we are working on. There are multiple other use cases. I can't tell much about it, but that's where the innovation is going. Okay. Okay, so two things till now. We have seen the nanorobots, they can be used for killing the bacteria, and the nanorobots, now we are trying to build the tooth by putting bioceramics on top of them. It's a good research. A lot of industry, I would say, industry interest is also coming. Oh, this is a very wonderful thing. It will be helpful to multiple of cases, right? So that's two of the two things. The thing is, so all these that you are seeing, right? You are basically seeing that, nanorobot going in and building the tooth structure. Okay, because I told you, the problem that we are solving in this particular condition is dental hypersensitivity, right? The question is, okay, we have to conduct animal trials for it. The question is, how will you conduct animal trials? What is the platinum standard of pain? How will you know this person has pain? How much pain you have? How will you know? Is there any, like, thermometer you can measure the temperature? Is there a way you can measure the pain in the patient? No, right? So what is how do you know? Okay, so I'll tell you, there is something called as visual analog scale, right? Very simple. Very simple. You go and ask the patient, how much pain do you have from 1 to 10? Patient will say, on the scale of 1 to 10, I have 6 pain. Some patient will say, from scale of 1 to 10, I have 7 pain, right? So by that, you will know how much pain that patient have. Now, for example, now in hypersensitivity, we are treating the pain of the patient, right? So when you're doing animal trials, how are you going to go and ask the animal, how much pain do you have? You think the mice is able to come and tell you, I have this much pain, that much pain, right? It's not. So how will you do animal trials? That's the question. So before going there, so very quickly, just to give you guys little bit of, just to deviate this last slide after this. Okay, so there is this book. Do you guys read book? Do you guys love reading books? Okay, have you read this book, Outliers? No? Okay. So Outliers is an amazing book, and he says, this guy Malcolm Gladwell says, you must be thinking, okay, Bill Gates is an amazing person, he built Microsoft. Steve Jobs, amazing person, he built Apple. But it's not that they are geniuses, that they did it by themselves, right? It is that particular condition in which that person was at the right time, because of that it happened. And he gives examples of multiple cases where people were extremely genius, right? But still they are not able to achieve much in their life because they were not in the right place in the right condition. Okay? I'm slightly deviating from what I was trying to tell. So it's very important, like, whatever innovation that you see, that is being achieved here, right? It achieved because people were there in the right place in the right time. So, this physicist called Max Born, anyone? No idea. Okay, so I'll go through it quickly. Yeah, okay, you guys are okay. You guys know Heisenberg? Any idea? Heisenberg, right? What did he do? What did he propose? Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? You know Robert Oppenheimer? One movie came recently, right? What did he do? Huh? Built a nuclear bomb, right? You know Enrico Fermi, no idea, but Enrico Fermi was again his, so these are all students of Max Born. You know, see this person Max Born? These are all his students. So Heisenberg, uncertainty principle he gave, Max Born a Nobel laureate, he started quantum physics by the way. Oppenheimer built the nuclear bomb. Enrico Fermi, he built world's first nuclear power plant. He said rather than using it for destroying, why don't we use it for generating energy? You know Max Delbruck, any idea? Niels Bohr you must be knowing. Who is Niels Bohr? Okay, atomic structure, very good, amazing. So Niels Bohr, he invented the structure of atom, he proposed it, got Nobel Prize. So him and Max Born were collaborators and their student was Max Delbruck. What did he do? He proposed the genetic structure of a virus. He is the reason we all are surviving today. COVID, right? Remember? All these people were students under Max Born. He himself was a Nobel laureate. All the students got Nobel Prizes. You know this lady called Maria Mayer? Second lady to win Nobel Prize. And she got Nobel Prize because when she was batchmate, like you know, if you are under a guide, we have batchmates, right? Like two people under the same guide. She was batchmate with Max Delbruck under Max Born. He got Nobel Prize, and while he was collaborating with Niels Bohr, she thought, okay, Niels Bohr gave the structure of a atom, right? How an atom looks like. What if I give structure of a nucleus, that protons and neutrons? She did that, and she was the second lady to get Nobel Prize after Marie Curie. So these people are able to achieve great feats because they were under the presence of a great scientist like Max Born, right? So, you know, the reason that this lecture is happening right now, right, is because I studied here, Manipal, Mangalore. So many so many lecture requests I keep getting. I said, nah, I don't have time. But when Manipal says, I'm here, and the reason you guys are, I mean, of course, I went to TU Delft and other places, you know, people from our lab, they have, I mean, from my Thera Nautilus have given lectures in Harvard very recently, a month ago. And this is happening here because you guys are, I'm from MCODS Mangalore, you guys are from MCODS Mangalore, and if a MCODS Mangalore calls upon me, I will be here, right? So, all I'm saying is, don't be too harsh on yourself, right? You know, if you see some person doing great, that person is doing it because of multiple of factors with that person, right? Not because that person is extremely genius or you guys don't have the capability to do it, right? You have to just wait for the right time, fine? So one fun fact I'm going to share. So this Moses Blackwell, so all these students, Max Born used to hate them. You know what? Because he said, don't use this quantum mechanics and all for building bombs and stuff. All these scientists were in Manhattan Project. If you have seen that movie, they said, no sir, I'm sorry, we took the knowledge from you, we will build a bomb. They built a bomb, and Max Born was very angry, like, useless, you know, these kids are, they should be using it for building good things, not destroying things. Oppenheimer said, I feel like God, you know, I have the strength to destroy them, the destroyer of the world. He quoted Bhagavad Gita and said, I have become that. So, but Max Born didn't like it. He said, you are not my students. One good student of Max Born, his name was Moses Blackwell. He said, no, I will do what Professor Max Born has said. Right? And Enrico Fermi was also part of the Manhattan Project, but he said, no, this is wrong. Midway he thought it is wrong and he left and he built nuclear power plant. Moses Blackwell was a very good student. He said, I'm a good student. I will not build a bomb. He was invited for this Manhattan Project. He said, no, I'm not going to come. You guys go do whatever you want to do. Good student, okay? And his student was Humphrey Maris. So Humphrey Maris, you know semiconductors? You guys know semiconductors, very good. It is the most essential technology in the world. AI, I'm doing this in AI, that in AI. AI runs on semiconductor chips. If semiconductor chips are not there, whole AI will just go down. The reason you can do, for example, you click a picture and you can change how the picture should look like because there is a small computer in your phone, which is by the way stronger than the computer which took us to the moon, right? So your processing power is increasing. So all the AI that you're doing fancy stuff is because of these chips. Every chip that is built in the world, there is some, okay, I'll say it uses a technology that is given by Humphrey Maris, right? Very well known scientist. If anyone in semiconductor metrology, Humphrey Maris is the name. He was his student. He said, I will build semiconductors. His student was this Ambrish Ghosh, right? He was his student. And he said, I'm going to work with Shanmukh and build nanorobots. Okay? So this is the lineage. Fine. So it's a very fun fact, my guide was Max Born and Robert Oppenheimer. So we call them grandfathers and our uncles, right? So this inspires us a lot. Okay. So another fun fact. Okay. So when this World War II happened, all these were Jew scientists, right? You know what was happening in World War II? Germans were killing the Jews, right? They wanted a place to hide. US said, all of them are geniuses. They put the foundation of quantum physics. They know how to build a bomb. People say scientists are basically meek people. The whole war is decided by scientists. That's how it is. World War II stopped because nuclear bomb was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was built by a bunch of scientists. Those geeks they used to call those geeks in Manhattan. They single-handedly stopped the whole war, right? That's how the power of genius is. All of them, they ran to US. But now, Max Born hated them. Like, I don't like what you guys are doing. Now, he cannot go to US because all of this was happening in, by the way, Germany. So Max Born cannot go to US because it will be like, a sort of ego clash. My students are running to US to build a bomb, and if I go with them, I'll also come. I'm basically going against my principles. Where will I go? Where will he go? And then he wrote a letter to his I would say, co-Nobel laureate, right? He said, I'm in a big trouble. I cannot go to US right now, of course. And I'm in Germany. If I stay here, I will be killed. Can I come and stay with you for some years? This, till the war is over. So this Nobel laureate said, we are more than happy to welcome you. You please come with your family, stay with us, do your science with us. We are more than happy to welcome you. You know who this Nobel laureate was? He was an Indian. Come on, Indian Science Nobel laureate? Easy. Right there, right? It was C.V. Raman. So C.V. Raman invited Mr. Max Born and his wife, by the way, Max Born and his wife, and this is and C.V. Raman was director of IISc, Indian Institute of Science. And he said, please come, this is the main building of IISc, and Max Born and his wife both were invited. They stayed there for 2 years, did the research, war was over, they went back, and it so happens I sort of roam around those same halls where Max Born and Mr. C.V. Raman, they used to conduct research together. And he happens to be in my same lineage. So it's like a whole beautiful story that comes together, right? I don't know how a dentist ended up here, no idea. Right? So that's what I say, don't think no nanorobots. Or I get a lot of mails from a lot of enthusiastic undergrad students. You are the next genius in the world. You are the next Elon Musk of dentist. I can show you that. I wanted to show those mails, but I thought, no, it's matter of privacy. Those people have wrote those letters with a lot of heartfelt emotions. I should not make fun of that. But it's not because I have a genius equivalent of Robert Oppenheimer or maybe Heisenberg. No, that's not true. This is happening because I was in the right place at the right time. Okay? That is important. So don't be harsh on yourself. That is very important. Be happy. You can have amazing dental setup. You can be treating patients every day in, day out, happy patients. Be happy with that, right? Don't follow these sort of metrics that you have to publish 10 papers a year, 20 papers a year. Research doesn't work like that, okay? It has to be patient, hard work, and whatever you do, you focus your energy on that. Like if you're doing clinics, be the best clinician. If you want to do research, just do research, because you can only be better at one thing in life, right? Can't do multiple things in one go. That is a wrong notion. That's what geniuses have told. That's what the big psychologists like Machiavelli has told. Focus your energy on one thing. You will achieve greatness. That's how it is. So, okay. So the last slide for today. Thank you so much for being with me. Okay. As I told you, we were doing this on animals, right? How will you ask animal, how much pain do you have? Have you recovered from the pain? Have you recovered from the pain after nanorobot treatment? Mice cannot say yes. Mice cannot say no. Mice cannot say I have a pain of 7 or 8. How will you do it? How will you get the information out of the mice? That's loss of appetite, behavior study. Okay. Neural activity, that is okay. So simplest of simple science, of course you can do that neural activity, but you have to put EEG machines on brain of mice, and it is controlled clinical trials you have to do on at least 60 mice, right? It can be done the way you said, but the science, simplest of science is the best of science, okay? One small anecdote, because I think you guys will love it. This actually happened in Rajasthan. There was a society, okay? And water used to come for only 1 hour. That's it, 1 hour. This is I'm getting from top of my head, 1 hour. So people, and it used to come at random times. Sometimes morning 9 to 10, sometimes evening 6 to 7, sometimes 8 to 9, random times. It can come anytime. And usually in smaller villages, they have one common place where the water comes. So if you don't keep your utensils over there, I mean your whatever with which you will hold your water, if it's not there, the whole water will get waste, right? Water will come at morning 10, night 10 to 11, you will never know. So the question raised, they said, it went to government and they said someone has to solve this problem. How will all the villagers know that the water is coming? How will you solve it? Patient people were thinking, scientists, maybe we can use some sensors, some water sensors. We can put bells in each and every house, and then when water comes, it will tell the water is coming. You know how this problem got solved? Very simple. This is actual story. You can go and read about it. School kids, you know this whistle that comes, right? It's a small ball. When you force that whistle, they tied that whistle onto the opening of the tap. So whenever the water goes through, you know, the whistle sort of whistles out, and the people around will know about it. They'll tell the whole community. So just 2 rupees, this problem got solved. Whistle, right? And people were ready to spend thousands of lakhs to solve this problem. So science should be simple. So what we have done, I think that person in gentleman in black shirt has said, we did behavior study, right? It's a very simple behavior study. We initially established a baseline. The mice was given an option of cold water and ambient water, and we used to see how the mice is behaving, right? Then we saw the mice was equally enjoying both ambient water and cold water. No problem at all. Okay? After that, we did some surgery on the mice, removed part of the enamel. I'll show that image. I think I'll show it. So we made our own, we made our own microscope setup, removed the enamel from the mice, gave sensitivity to it. Then we saw what happens to the mice. After the sensitivity was induced, the mice was drinking ambient water, tried the cold water a little bit, felt the pain, started running towards ambient water again. Whole behavior changed, right? This got established further in 2 weeks. Tried the cold water, pain. After 2 weeks, it completely started to avoid cold water. I don't want this because this is causing me pain. Just give me ambient water, right? After that, this is without treatment. This is after the 2nd week without treatment, and that's it. Completely lost interest in cold water. Just going around. Of course, it has to walk around, but not drinking anything from there, right? So behavior was established. After that, we gave treatment with the nanorobots. Made the nanorobots build a complete new layer of tooth around 400 microns inside the tooth exposure, and it started drinking cold water happily, right? So this was established in 60 mice. You know, this is the fun part. This is the fun part where AI is used, right? Now, if I see this, I will always be biased. I want to believe my whatever I am doing works. I'll say, no, it went that side. No, I think it drank little bit, right? I saw it drinking. It shouldn't be like that. Science should be unbiased, right? So we did AI do the part. So there was an AI tracker. It saw the video. Only when the water was drunk, it registered. It also tracked the geographical movement of the mice, right? Completely, it was the whole results were basically, even the plots were done by AI completely. We didn't do anything. We just put the mice in the cage, gave it 2 options and left it. Entire data collection, data processing, data plotting, everything was done by AI. I'm not saying it's an innovation. It's a very simple thing to do. All I'm saying is, we could tell that without bias that what treatment we are doing actually works. Okay? And after this was actually a amazing result. We loved it. Then we raised some seed fund because the startup has to survive. It has to raise seed funds, right? We raised good amount of money. I'm not allowed to tell you guys because that won't be right. Okay? There are certain company secrets we need to keep, but we raised good amount of funds. And actually it feels, this Board of Innovation is a magazine based out of New York, and they every year, 10 companies in different sectors they select, and in robots and nanorobots, we were the first Indian company to be selected by Board of Innovation's top 10 medtech companies solving healthcare problems. Another very big magazine called Wired Paris. You know Wired magazine? It's a big, you think of it as Forbes of science and technology, right? Or Forbes of technology. They published this report and they selected 5 companies in the world globally which are doing amazing work in nanorobotics. There are not less we could find there. It's actually a privilege, and all of this, all these awards, this president awards, all this clutter, don't go by it, right? Try to do some good science, all these things will come. Like have you seen this movie? What do you call, 3 idiots. 3 idiots, right? He says, apne kaam pe dhyan do, and success jhak maar ke aayegi. I'm just quoting, unquoting him. That's what I'm not saying that. So all you should be focused on, try to do what you love to do. Other things will follow you. I never ask, Professor Kundbala is here, ask any professor from when I was a student here, tell them, you think this kid is going to establish his own science lab, he's going to establish his own manufacturing unit, he'll become CEO of a deep tech company? They'll say, nah, maybe a cartoonist at best, but not, maybe a good dentist, but I don't really think so. So all I'm saying is, and I loved something creative. Okay, I very honestly, I never dreamt I'm going to become this tech guy. I'm going to become this. I'll file a lot of patents, do all this cool stuff. No, I wanted to be something creative, and very honestly, I did my masters. I prepared for MDS because everyone else was doing it. I'm going in these are the facts, okay? And and I could get good rank, right? I don't know how, luckily, but I was given all the options. I can take any subject I want to take because of good comet rank. I asked, I don't know what to do. My good friends, all my good friends who got good ranks, they went to Cons and Endo. I thought, okay, I'll also go there. And I went there because I thought I'll get to meet them once every year. I get to meet them in conferences. That was my life plans, guys. Like, trust me. All these things I'm telling, oh, I'm this billionaire is ready to meet me. All these things are, clutter. I wanted to meet my friends once every year. So they were in Endo, so I also took Endo. Right? After Endo, I didn't know what to do. And when I was in master student, second year, you have to do lots of cases, right? That's how you get better at it. I was hating every day of it. Nothing wrong with the profession, it's me. I didn't like doing it, right? So then I realized I cannot survive this because I cannot do it every day. What shall I do? I liked something creative. Whenever patients were not there, in that, you have this diary, you have to maintain a diary, PG diary. You have to write all your appointments there. Once HOD caught me, I was doodling on those. Like, what is this? This is a professional diary. You are a professional doctor. This is not how it should be. I said, no, I cannot survive this. Then my guide was very kind, very, very kind guide. She told me, I think you can focus your creative energies towards research, because research is all about creativity. You get to do something new which hasn't been done before. I got gravitated towards it. Then rest is history, right? People at IISc, they found me. Even I got opportunities, other opportunities. By the way, this is a small fun story before I end it up. I loved Manipal. This place is reminds me of all the good times I had. After I finished my MDS, I ran to Professor DILIP NAIK and said, please give me a job here. I want to do job here. And Professor DILIP said, Shanmukh, well, there are no places here, right? And I used to be sort of popular kid when I was here. So I was literally heartbroken. I thought, this is how you have expectations in life, I'll finish MDS, I'll come to MCODS Mangalore, say, Professor, can I come and join as a faculty? Yeah, of course you can. Tomorrow I'll be coming. Yes, amazing. And then I get to live that life for rest of my life, that student life in MCODS Mangalore. Doesn't happen. He said no. I came back. I was a bit dejected that I couldn't get a faculty job here. My father said, don't worry. I was like, oh, Manipal, I thought it's a, hey, don't worry. Manipal will love you back. It so happened. This is true, and I can swear on it. After 2 days, I got a call from one of the professors who taught me here, right, in MCODS Mangalore. He gave a call and he said, Manipal, Malaysia, right? Malaysia, there is a Manipal, right? He said, there is a faculty opening. If you want, you can give an interview there. I said, sure. Then I sat for the interview. For the interview, the person who was taking the interview was the HOD of Cons and NO department when I was a student. And he took it and he said, he looked at me, said, he used to call me Peddi, right? That's my family name. So what are you doing here? I never expected, like, I just came for interview. He said, okay, fine. We had a nice chat for some 40 minutes. He said, fine, all about how am I, what am I doing, what my interests are. I prepared so much for that interview, but and call got over. And the day I got accepted to ISC, the same day I got this opportunity at Manipal, Melaka, that is between Singapore and Malaysia. I got this opportunity to go and work there as a faculty. This is the best thing you can think of, right? I wanted to become a faculty, you know, I love teaching, I love being with the kids. I said no. That job was offering me a lot of money. This job was offering me hardly any money, right? To be honest, I was getting some 32,000 a month. That was offering me some 4, 5 times. I said, nah, I love this, you know. This gives me a chance to do something in life, you know, which no one else has done. How many dentists you know went to a physics lab and start to do these sort of things, right? I said, nah. I said, I'm going this. Parents were like, no, go there, have fun. You'll get you married quickly. I said, nah. Thank God, no, also I would not get married to her, so. Anyway, just do whatever you like. Don't ever feel pressured in life. Let life take its course, right? That's more important. You should enjoy every part of your life, whatever you do. Fine, and always be humble, no matter what. Okay, I know you guys will do great. Be humble. That's very important. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Professor Kundabala. I know Professor has come all the way, has sat through my lecture. I never thought I'll be giving a lecture to Professor sitting and thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. It's a privilege. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas, for your fascinating insights into deep tech innovation. Does anybody have any questions for Sir? Yes, Dinkar.
Was it research that drove you to nanotech or nanotech that drove you to research? Like, there are two things. You are interested in a particular topic and then you research on it, or like you wanted to go into research and you found one topic after, you know, hitting in trial.
Okay, so as I said, I didn't want to do research on something which is like, you know, pre-established, you know. For example, yeah, I mean something which has already been done, like a lot of people are working on it. I'm also doing it from my end, something trying to find something. I don't want to do it. And this was a very unique opportunity to work with nanorobots, and I knew, you know, because nanorobots in dentistry hasn't been explored yet, so I thought this will be an amazing opportunity to work with. So that's why I put everything on stake and I jumped onto it. So it just worked out. I'm lucky. So yeah. Basically, it's not about nanotechnology. It's not about like regenerative medicine. It's not about that. Whatever you are doing should be unique. You know, it should have its own moat, like, you know, MOAT, like it should have its own uniqueness. So it had its uniqueness, so that's why I jumped onto it. So yeah. Yeah, do guys, like, you know, learn about entrepreneurship. It's a very important skill, right? If you become dentists, you become successful clinicians, or you become scientists, you should be able to sell yourself. You know, the art of selling yourself, your skills is sort of an entrepreneurship. So do learn about it, okay? So this is a fun part, okay? I had to tell you this. You guys are final year students of MCODS, right? A graduate college. Most of you ask so many questions. What is a unicorn? What is this? Most of you have no idea what that is. Don't mind me saying this, that is true. Even I didn't have, but you guys need to know. You guys don't know business. You guys don't know anything. You know, if you go to IIT, usually I have hires, even ISC. Kids, they know everything. Kids, they know everything. They know the business. They know what is needed. You guys have absolutely no clue. You guys just know dentistry, maybe some buzzwords that are there in the media, that is AI, maybe this, maybe that, but that's not how it should be. You guys should be like all-rounded. You guys should know what is unicorn, what is business, how I can grow. Why so many people, you know, in IIT, they build all these big companies, right? why Sundar Pichai and all this? Of course, we have Satya Nadella also, thank God. And but engineering guys, they know more. Let me not single out. Yeah, engineering, maybe MIT kids, they will know more than you guys. So don't be that. You guys have to come out of this. Learn more things, learn more general things that will help you in your career. Right? Don't focus too much. Try to defocus sometimes. Right? Take your head out of dentistry, look in other things around. Right? That's very important. Anything else? Any other question? It's okay. Yeah.
So are the nanorobots dissolvable or anything?
That's a very good question. So if you can find a way of, okay, so we are making nanorobots which are dissolvable, but it depends on use to use case. Like, some cases you want them to stay there as implants in the body, so you can activate them whenever you want them to activate them. Sometimes whenever you want them to be dissolved, you make nanorobots out of polyglycol, polylactic acid. That's a very complex manufacturing process, and after 10 days or so they dissolve themselves up. Like for example, if I'm using nanorobots for building the osteoid blocks inside then if they dissolve, then the whole purpose is lost, right? We want them to be there. Certain cases, like if you do brain surgery, that's glioblastoma we are trying to do, and in brain surgery we want the nanorobots to kill the cancer, then dissolve itself after that. In that case, dissolvable nanorobots are more useful. So depends on case to case. Yeah. It's a good question, by the way, good way of thinking. Yeah, I mean, if you do regulatory processes, that's the first question being asked. So yeah. Okay, but one thing, I'm so sorry. I was harsh. I think 30 seconds ago that you guys don't know much. You guys know everything. You guys are absolutely brilliant, right? Because the sort of answers I got, I asked you like, what will you do with nanorobot? Like, I asked questions. Someone said, a lot of people said, I want to do this. I want to do cellular sensing. That is, I mean, these sort of things come to your mind, only once you have such a creative, open mind. You guys have that. So one thing, knowledge is different from being smart, right? You can be the smartest person, but you don't know something about something, that doesn't mean you're an idiot, right? For example, if I'm a physics major, right? I'm an average student. I ask you some physics question. You don't know, doesn't mean you're an idiot. You just don't have the knowledge of it. If you have the knowledge, you can definitely answer the question better. All I'm saying is try to get the knowledge. You guys are brilliant, maybe better than me, right? Even better than me. You guys will do better than me, right? Thank you so much.
I would now like to request our senior professor from the Department of Conservative Dentistry and Endodontics, Dr. Kundabala M., to present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Shanmugh. Thank you, sir, and thank you, everybody. We'll have a short lunch break now and see you back here at 2. Thank you. district medico-legal consultant at Government Wellnock Hospital in Mangalore, offering his expertise in legal medicine. Since 2012, he has been an active member of the Central Library Committee at Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, contributing to the academic resources and library development, and enrolled as a PhD guide within MAHE. He is also the coordinator to Clinical Forensic Medicine Unit at Kasturba Hospital at Tower, Institutional Research Coordinator, Chairperson to MAHE Verticals, BOS member representing Department of Forensic Medicine for UG, PG, MSc Forensic Science, designated as a Quality and Compliance member of KMC Mangalore from 2016, an internal auditor for KMC Mangalore MAHE, has 155 publications in national and international high-impact Scopus Index journals, Q1 equal 97, Q2 equal 4, Q3 equal 5, has a Scopus ID of 582950623000, ORCID ID and Scopus H index of 43, has 32,234 citations, and has co-authored a book titled Atlas of Forensic Pathology by JP Publishers in the year 2013. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. That introduction was partially given by me, partially I think you have taken it from the internet. Yes. That is the reason, to be very frank with you. Okay. So now you have come to know about me, and there's a little bit time for me to know about you all people. I really like to know about who are you all, etc. But I think probably when we have a tea time or anything, we can introduce ourselves. Okay, first of all, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to come and speak here. If you're not comfortable, you can come sit here. Yeah. It's okay for you because between you can come and sit here. See, don't think that I'm taking a lecture class. It is just a two-way. So, because some people get annoyed if I come and ask you to sit here, front. So, please don't think that I'm taking a lecture class. It is an interactive session. We'll interact with each other. Whatever your doubts, you can just stop me at any point of time. I'll be very happy to clarify it. So, I'll first of all, thank the organizers for giving this an opportunity so that I can interact with you all people. So, very interesting talk actually. I think before I came, I asked whether this is only purely for dental students or any other medical students also are there. Then I came to know that this research form is only purely for the dental students. Yeah, so this, I think this will be really helping a lot. Now, first of all, when you say about medico-legal cases, so you know what is medical cases, what are legal cases. So when it comes to combination, what is medico-legal cases? So every medical practitioner, at any point of time during the practice of his profession, whether in a government setting, everything is important, whether it's in a government setting or in a private one, where you're working in the nursing home or the hospital, one will encounter certain cases, which at a given time subsequently will be labeled as medico-legal. Who will be labeling this medico-legal? It is we. The doctors will be labeling this as medico-legal. So when there's a medico-legal, the doctor first finds is the fear factor. Okay? Why there is a fear factor? Because what happens is, in pure medical cases, there will be no fear factor because you're going to treat it. When a word comes, legality comes here, we'll having lot of fear factor. What is the fear factor among the medical professions? The fear factor is rough speaking among the police officer will be speaking rough with us, and there will be an inordinate hours in the court that you will be called to the court, summons will be given to you and you will be called to the court, and there you will be made to wait for inordinate hours. Probably that could be one of the reasons why you get hesitated to treat a medical legal case. Another one is unrelenting defense counsel. See, defense counsel is always what happens when you go to the court, what they do is they try to put you down by saying that you have not done a proper autopsy, you have not examined this case properly, you have not done your degree properly, degree was just given to you, or you have written the report with the undue influence of the police officers. Such things, they demeanor us in such things not to make the case weak. That is the reason. So as a result, the doctors who are treating a medical legal case, they get hesitating to go to court. So as a result, they try to avoid these medical legal cases. That's what I mean to say a fear factor. So how to deal with this? Best way to deal is to understand this. analyze and act accordingly. Now we have a time come what is to know what is medical legal case, right? Now what is medical legal case? According to you, what is the medical legal case? Then I'll go back. Very good. Very good. So it is not only a purely a hospital setup where we also involve a third in a different profession altogether. That is the lawyers. So the legality, police officers, legality. So what happens is we can't talk with them in a medical terminology. We should be so to be using the words very judiciously. It should be a common words what we use. If we tell carcinoma, they will not know what is carcinoma. Okay, in that, what we should say is, we can say that a tumor-like growth has been up, which is very solid, which is compressing the nerves. Carcinoma or schwannoma means they will be totally confused. So that's what I want to say is, talk with the police as well as a lawyer with the simple, most English. Here we are not going to label you that you use as simple. Agency is required, okay, to establish and fix responsibility for the cases in accordance with the law of the land. Means when he examines, he finds that this injury or the illness has some suspicions in it. It is not that what the history the patient has told is not matching with the injuries what the doctor says. So there must be some intervention of the law enforcement agencies. So that is called as the medical legal case. To be very, very simplified, it is a medical case with legal implications or a legal case requiring medical expertise. Hope you understood? Very simple. So now what is the responsible? Who has to fix this medical case? Is it the police or the doctor or both? Which one? Both. So first of all, because both will not be seeing the case together. So it is the first the case comes to the casualty or the ED department, emergency department, it is the doctor who sees it. So the responsibility to label any case in MLCs rests solely with the attending medical practitioner. Then once it is MLC has been booked under this particular case, for example, maybe a road traffic accident or maybe a poison case or maybe an attempt to suicide. Say if he is brought to the casualty, a MLC case will be booked. Now once MLC case is booked, the doctor will intimate to the outstation police. Every casualty or every emergency department has an outstation police. So they will intimate to the outstation police. The police will come and inquire with the people. They intimate to that particular address police station. So that police station will go to his house, look for if there is no suspicion condition, or even inquire this person if it is conscious. And if there is no suspicion condition, then he says, suspicion condition, he will proceed with the MLC case. Okay? Hope you understood. So there is some legality here. So what are the cases to be treated as a medical legal? What cases? The case, this could be a medical legal, this could be a medical, what are the cases to be treated as a medical legal? Harassment case, very good, very good. Then, harassment case leading to injury or mental harassment or physical harassment? Mental harassment is very difficult for us to analyze as a medical practitioner. So physical harassment is very much visible. We can tell that yes, injury has occurred. Then road traffic accident, excellent. Then domestic violence, again, same thing. Enforce. All it can be road traffic accidents, it can be skid and fall, whatever. Every case of injuries constitute a medical legal case. And burns can be thermal burns, it can be scars, it can be electrical burns, it can be thunder lightning, so whatever. Factory or other unnatural accident cases. Factory means if there is any electrocution there in the factory cases, fall from the height, or when any machinery has fallen on his head, and so it is cases. Case of sexual, so I don't require to explain to this. So again, we depend on that. So we have something called as POXO. You know what is POXO? protection of children from sexual offences. See, irrespective of which specialty you belong to, whether you belong to Ayush, whether you belong to dental, whether you belong to medical, please have this knowledge of POSCO. Why? Because you need to assist the people who are not aware of it, where to go. You know, your mother will come to saying that my child has been sexually assaulted. Because they will see you, you'll be wearing the apron. For them, everyone who's wearing the white apron are the doctors. They come and say, doctor, can you please help me? My daughter has been sexually assaulted. So you are, sexual assault is done 12-year, 13-year-old kid. Okay. Way to go to them. Okay, in such case, so you should have the knowledge about Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. So what it says is, any child below the age of 18 years who has been for sexual harassment, maybe just fondling, maybe touching with our own hand, okay, or mendling, or just giving a kiss on the cheeks, everything constitutes POSCO. Everything comes under sexual harassment because the intention is wrong. What is good? Or evident criminal abortion. Cases of unconscious traveling, KSRTC bus or traveling. Or some non-fair person also comes under an MLC. They not required to be any. All cases of suspect or evident, any cases of poisoning, whether it is an accidental, suicidal, or homicide, invariably we have to inform. Whether you are working in private setup or whether in the government setup, you need to inform to the police. It is not that you are working in KMC, so any suspected case comes, often you don't. The court is saying that means the shoulder joint, wrist joint, and the elbow joint, as well as the hip joint, as well as the ankle joint, and we try to reduce the age. Along with that, we take your help based on the eruption. Between 1 or 2 as the age, and based on that the punishment will be scanned. Cases brought dead. Come to the, you bring it declared dead. Say that there's some order for autopsy. We're totally disturbed, So any case which is marked as MLC, then you should convince the police, IVO, saying that there's no suspicion regarding this. You can come and inquire with everyone, and if there's no suspicion, they'll hand over the body back to you. Otherwise, if there's the slightest suspicion, 0.01%, if the slightest suspicion is there, they'll order for autopsy. Case of suspected self-infliction of injuries or attempted suicide. So attempted suicide means it is something called as the para-suicide. So the person has tried to commit suicide, ligature is there, somebody has seen it, immediately he goes and puts him out from the ligature, and he brought the casualty. Okay, the person is on my friend, or puts a false allegation on my girlfriend that she has inflicted the injuries. So that such cases will be brought to us from the prisons. In government hospital, okay, where they get a nice bed, work, etc. Such things, and they come back to us, ask us to inflict someone or self. So based on the report, receiving an MLC. The doctor can receive an MLC in all these three ways. How? A case is brought by the examining and reporting. Police gets the maybe a suicide case, examination purpose. History taking and thorough beforehand also. Inform the patient of the same and is a case of suicide. I mean, poison only. Person. So always a consent is an primost importance. Respect the autonomy of the person. Consultation, collection and preservation of samples, maintain confidentiality, dying declaration, death and evidence in the court of law. After death, of course, you get the summons. Authority. Where it happened, what things, so that you are going to save the utmost life. Then you start to intimate to the police, then you find his identity, etc., etc., etc. So what is Honorable Supreme Court of India has said in Paramananda Qatar versus Union of India, that was the case. Every doctor is bound to provide medical aid to the victims irrespective of cause of injury. Okay, that is what he says. Don't bother about the legal. You are totally secure. You are totally immune. If the doctor also treats it, even without inquiring what is the case, no one is going to punish you. He cannot take any excuse of allowing law to take its own course. So what it says is life of a person is far more important than the legal formalities. That is what the Supreme Court says. First is life, second is legal. Okay? So the first one is the treatment. Second one, I told you, is identify who is that person, right? So how do you identify? Identification of the person can be done either by, if at all he is able to talk, of course he'll tell you his name, from which place he has come, everything he'll tell you. If the person is totally not able to tell it, then you take the photograph of him, take the fingerprints of it. And if the person is able to tell also, and if there are no ID marks on that, so it would be better to look for this such type of ID marks. Maybe tattoo marks, maybe the moles, maybe certain congenital deformities polydactyly, or maybe the scars which cannot be cured or which cannot be masked, or it could be something called as aqua deformities. Aqua deformities means maybe properly the person might have sustained a fracture in a road accident where the person has gone for a surgery and there's a limping. Okay, that type of deformity also you can note it. So this is how you identify this person. Next, after identification, we have to document everything. So who is this person? So what is his age? No, why do we require to identify the person? We know that this person is Mr. Ramesh. So what is the purpose of we identifying it? And where do you write all these things? We have something called as medical legal register, which is kept in the ED department or casualty department. There we'll be mentioning all these details, right? We have a register they maintain for that. What is the purpose of we identifying them? Right? What is the purpose of we noting those ID marks? Is there any relevance? See, all these medical legal cases will not come tomorrow, so that I can remember all these findings. These cases may come after a few months, after a few years. When it comes after years, I'll be taking the medical register along with me. That time I will tell that this type of tattoo mark was there on his right arm, outer aspect, so much measuring, depicting a lion. This type of scar was there in the abdomen, okay, depicting. So always remember that, respect the privacy of the patient. Never take the scar marks, never take the mole marks on the trunk region, okay, because you can't expose him in the court, right? Always take the marks on the exposed area. If there are no marks, then take the fingerprints. Fine. Left thumb impression is more than enough. Then documentation, what to document? I think you can see here, the person is, once you ask them what is their name, age, sex, address, from which place he has brought, who has brought him, okay, what happened, how did the incident occur? Those things also has to be documented. When did it occur? Which place did it occur? Okay, who has hit him? So all those documents has to be mentioned. Is he suffering from any other medical elements? All this documentation has to be done properly in your medical legal register. That is what it can. Documentation is very, very important. What the court needs is your document. If you say that I have asked him, the court doesn't believe you. Court believes what you have written. If you are not written, that means that you are not asked, as per the court. That's simple as such. And you can't say sorry, they will say that, no, you are not asked, so you are not written. Okay? Next, we have police intimation. If the doctor feels that the case needs to be reported to the police, he should do so without fail and without delay as per section 33 of BNSS. See, previously there was IPC, there was CRPC and IEA. Now it has converted, IPC has converted into Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. I think you know that. CRPC has converted into Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. Okay, and IEA has converted into Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam. So all this came into force in the year 2023, but they came into force actually in the July 1st of July. Okay, this. So everything what the British laws have been changed by Amit Shah. So we have come up with a different sections. The sections are totally changed actually. So as per section 33 of BNSS is Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, we have to inform. Doctor has to inform the police. Now, not informing the police or giving false information or causing disappearing of evidence, the doctor is culpable. He will be punishable for 6 months and imprisonment also, or both, under section 211 of BNS and section 238 of BNS. Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Okay, that is IPC, Indian Penal Code. I'm very sorry, I should not use all those things. IPC, it is only BNS. Okay, we have BNS because it has been gazetted, it has been passed. Now, no more using IPC, CRPC and IEA. All has been thrown out. Now, next one is consent. I think this is the consent is a general topic which even you have to learn it. I think dental practice also needs a lot of consent. Before you ask them to open the mouth and touch it, you have to ask the consent. There's a letter also, I think, very big letter, both written in Kannada, written in English, everything. Now you know what is informed consent, right? In all your procedures, there is an informed consent. Your procedures, or informed consent. What do you inform in that informed consent? What does it have in informed consent? Very good. What type of procedures? Before that, you should tell them what they are suffering from. And what is the established treatment protocol for that. Yeah, then?
And their name, who's carrying out the procedure, who's undergoing the procedure.
Very good.
signatures,
Yes.
And all basic information about the patient, like hospital number, date of birth, all that. And once it's signed, then only you can,
No, what does that informed consent consist of?
any possible complication.
Very good. Any possible complications? Then?
And the prognosis, we have to tell clearly of the treatment they are doing.
Yes, prognosis. Then, the most important, cost. Please tell the cost. Dental cost, dental procedures are very costly. Okay, implant, very costly. It goes to 75,000, 1 lakh. And if you say that an implant will be put, and when you really ask them that this is the amount you have to pay, he may die. He may have shock of his life. He may have a cardiac arrest only there itself. That time, there will be medical negligence on the dentist. So, major is to tell the procedures, the cost, the time, how much does it look for. Then another one is, what is the cost? What is the alternative thing also, that also you should tell. Alternative methods, what is the alternative available? Say, if not implant, how can you still retain your beauty? That also you have to tell them. Okay? So that is, and every time after telling everything, the patient has full right to refuse. I don't want your treatment. It's very costly. KMC is costly, MCODS is costly. I don't want. Okay? So they can refuse it. And they can go for some other private clinic which is more costlier. Okay. And there's a consent age for all these things. What is the minimum consent age? We're taking the consent. 18 for the procedures. What about the 12 years? For an examination only. I think you're going for the camps, You go to other schools or anything, or studying in 5th standard, 6th standard, some standard will be examining, right? So the age is 12 years. Okay, up to 12 years old, you can do an examination. That's all. You open the mouth, put the mirror, see it, finish. No touch, no doing another procedures. If you do another procedure, if you go and tell with the mother, no, how did it dare touch you? That will be thing. Mothers are highly protective. Child will go and tell, with the poking, they just poke my caries. Enough. Headmister is gone. MCODS principal is gone. Like that. Everything it goes in chain. So always give respect to the age and do only those which has been asked for. Just examine and then shift it to the center for further procedures. See here. As per section 51 of BNSS, a person arrested as accused in a criminal offense may however be medically examined. Means this is an accused. It has been arrested by the police officer. Without his consent also we can examine him to collect those evidences to prove or disprove the allegations what he has. Okay, we don't require his consent if that particular accused or the suspect has been brought by the police or are being asked by the court to take the evidences. No consent is required from him. Okay, we proceed with the collection of evidences. What we collect the evidence is either blood or any other hairs or the semen. That's what we collect in a case of sexual assault. So in such cases, a reasonable amount of force may be used to medically examine the person in such case. Means what do you understand by the reasonable force means? Dhakka marna? No. What we ask is to restrain him. The police will restraining him, okay, and then we take the blood samples. Of course, if he is willing only the semen will come, otherwise no semen. It's a dry sample. As only blood we can draw. Confidentiality. So confidentiality is very, very important. Do you discuss one patient's things with others? Yes, you discuss, I know. Huh? So maintain the confidentiality. In your case, it may not be so much, but medically, yes, it's too much. Okay, dental, I don't know much about this confidentiality, how things are there, but medically, if anybody comes to know that it has been shared, my things have been shared, there's such a thing that husband things means if the both husband and wife are going to the single doctor itself to show it, and the husband's medical elements should not be discussed with the wife without the consent of the husband. If the wife comes to know, know that it has been discussed, after the husband comes to know that my things have been discussed with the wife, doctor is gone, he will be sued for breach of confidentiality. So always consent is required in such cases. So there is certain exceptions in case of professional secrecy. This is what is called as a professional secrecy. There are certain exceptions. When? If the police ask you, can you tell me what is he suffering from? Because if the person is an accused in a case of sexual assault and he is brought for examination, and the police will ask you, what is he suffering from, doctor? So that time there is no professional secrecy in that, no confidentiality in that. You have to divulge the information to the police officer. That is as per the section 195 of BNSS. Any case of notifiable diseases, those cases also you have to intimate to the police officer. Okay, or the person who is interested to prevent such notifiable diseases. Or when you go to the court, summons is being given, you go to the court, you stand in that witness box and you say that, no, I'm not going to tell, this is professional secrecy to the judge. Judge says, please tell me what has happened to this patient. No, I'm not going to divulge. Then you are behind bars. You are behind bars. In the court, police officers as well as the person who was in charge. For example, a worker, he is a mess worker. You think that he is a mess worker, he is suffering from typhoid. We repeatedly tell him that you please stop working in the mess. You start taking these tablets. Once you are totally free from typhoid, then only you can come back to the work. But this person keeps on working in there and starts on spreading of the infection to the students also. So that time, it is a moral duty of the doctor to inform to the warden and the chief warden, saying that we have repeatedly instructed him not to employ him and not to come and work in the mess, but still he is working in the mess and spreading the information. So I tell you, you have to inform to the guardian. Guardian is the warden or the chief warden to prevent him from this. This is what is called as, we don't have professional secrecy in such things. If the information is withheld, means doctor, I told you, I'm not going to tell, I'm not going to tell. As per section 239 of BNS, 6 months imprisonment and around 5,000 rupees fine, and both. It is not or, it is and. Furnishing wrong information, saying that is perfectly fine. Nothing has happened to him, no typhoid, okay, and he is able to work. And if it's proved that he is having typhoid, so as per section BNS, Bharata Nyaya Samhita, he is punished. Who? Warden will be punished. Collection and preservation of samples. So usually what happens in case of poison cases, we preserve certain samples. Like what samples we preserve is vomitus. Now in any case of poison, they first come with vomiting. So what we do is, the first vomitus we preserve it. And we don't add any preservative for that, we just seal it and then we give it to the police who is in the outpost, and then they dispatch to the Forensic Science Laboratory. But in certain things is, all these doctors are not aware of this. They don't preserve it, or they become very negligent in preserving it, and the evidence gets disappeared. Evidence is lost. In such cases, you can't take the claim that I have preserved it. No, I told you, if nothing is there, the court says that you are not preserved. That's all. Everything onus is on you. So as per section 238 BNS, also we have 1 year imprisonment for this. Dying declaration. See, because it's an emergency case, in the medical, the person is bleeding, is a head injury, and you can think of multiple stab injuries all over the body. He is brought, or a cutthroat injury to the neck, he is brought to the casualty, and you know that this person is not going to survive even after doing a lot of, doing all this first aid, is not able to survive. He is telling that I want to give my declaration, I want to tell something. So you should, as a doctor, not only treat him, but also you should make a provision for him to give the chance to tell what he want to tell. So your duty as a doctor is to say that whether the person is in compos mentis or not. Compos mentis, whether he is able to give the statement or not. Okay, so that is your duty, and to inform to the nearby magistrate. Here the nearby magistrate is the DC, district magistrate, or Tashildar, executive magistrate, to inform that such a condition is there. Can you please come and write the dying declaration? If they say that we are not, we are busy, then as a doctors, you can record a dying declaration. Now you are all gadgeted, you have all gadgets, take the camera, just go on recording whatever he says. That itself has an digital evidence. It is permissible in the court of law. Okay, that is a powerful evidence. If, like for I told you, multiple stab wounds, the person is going to tell the name of the person who has stabbed him. So that evidence is very important. You can't say that I will listen to that. No, the court will not believe that. Okay, it believes only the statement, exact the words whatever the patient has told. So doctor can record dying declaration as per section 26 of BSA. Finally, even after doing a meticulous things, if the person dies, then please don't issue the death certificate. Please don't issue the death certificate in case of medical legal case, or because that you should say that there's some suspicion in this case, I'm not going to issue the death certificate, and order for a autopsy, medical legal autopsy. The body will be autopsied, and finally the autopsy surgeon or the forensic surgeon will be going to the court after getting the summons. So this is all the practical approach of a medical legal case. Now to put it in a very small nutshell, I did one slide. I prepared one slide for you. Conclusion. Treatment in Dr. Pai's clinic delays death. Pais means I give respect to Dr. TMA Pai, who is the founder of MAHE, okay, who is a visionary. So the respect goes to him. That is, treatment in Dr. Pai's clinic delays death. So what is that? RX stands for treatment, IN stands for identification, DR is documentation, PICE is police intimation, clinic is consultation, take consent, collection of all the evidentiary samples, D stands for dying declaration, another D is for death intimation. Hope these are all what I have spoken, past around 45 minutes. I concluded in one sentence, that is, treatment in Dr. Pai's clinic delays death. Okay. Thank you so much. So this is my email ID. If you have any queries, I know you had a very beautiful and sumptuous lunch. You're all drowsy. I do agree. 1:30, sorry, this time is not a favorable time. Even as a student, I'll tell you. I'm very sorry to say that, but you have to bear with my lecture. I'll not say it's a lecture. We'll have an interact because you have come with a choice to learn something about medical legal cases. I'll be very happy. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to take it. Any questions? Let it, don't think, see, always, that's a mistake even I did. As a student, I never used to ask anything. Now I feel I had a lot of questions after passing. I did not know anything about medicine. So now also I'm carrying it over. Please don't do the mistake what I have done. Please ask. If you have any query, let it be silly. You may think that my friend will be laughing at me, my friend may be thinking low of me, nothing of that. Even they are of the same standard. MLC is dentistry again is the bleeding, right? Fracture tooth. It is an assault. Usually it occurs in assault. It used to fall. There's been fracture will be there. So that time we note it. Under which type of injury? It usually comes under grievous injury. Fracture of the tooth, it comes under grievous injury. Okay, that is one thing. Fracture of mandible, fracture of maxilla, facial bones. Okay, usually especially in case of road traffic accident and fall from height, all these type of fractures can sustain. So that is one thing I can think of. And another one is when you give an anesthesia, especially when you give an anesthesia, there's every chance getting an aspiration or any engulfing of this foreign body can go into it. So that could be one of the medical emergencies, dental emergencies what you can sustain. That's what I can corner down to it. Collection of samples, I don't think usually what we do is in case of sexual assault where there are bite marks involved. Recently we had, I think 2-3 days back, a sexual assault has occurred in Jokate. Jokate is only around 20-30 kilometers from here. I think you might have read in the paper which has come, where a 13 years old child was bitten badly. Then we have the bite marks on either side of the cheek here. And in those cases, we have taken the swabs from both the bite marks and sent it for DNA analysis. And we have taken the photograph because the case came at around midnight, 1 o'clock. Because they want to finish it before the dawn, before the 6 o'clock early morning. They want to finish this case because to avoid this, public outcry here. So we had to do the case at midnight, 1 o'clock. There was no person to take that impression of the dental to get an alginate material. There is no person to it. So what we did is we've taken the photograph by using those SLR cameras. We've taken the photograph of this dental, and then next day a suspect ABC was brought, and we have examined medically and taken the dental impressions. Now the dental impressions will be matched with the photographs what we have taken, and we give an opinion whether there is the person, this person A, B or C is responsible for this bite mark. So he is a person for suspect 1. Okay. Any other? Time is over. Okay. See, this is very difficult catchy word, catchy thing, because what the law says is the person who is on the verge of dying will never lie. That is what the law presumes. Dead men will never, when the person who is on the verge of dying, why he will lie? But now saas bhi kabhi bahuti. The issue comes there, saas and bahu. Usually all these cases, that is dowry death and harassment. They usually, if there are no issues, that is what we have seen. If the husband and wife doesn't have any issues, means doesn't have kids. Okay, that time the wife invariably means that female who is having sustained burn injuries, kerosene burn injuries will be there. That's what we have seen. Invariably they put a false allegations on their in-laws and also the husband. It's a very serious offense actually. Then that we have to record it. Whatever they say, we have to record it. Okay, and then based on those recordings, the husband and the relative of the husband will be arrested. So that usually it's a double-edged sword. If she had an intention that however I'm going to die, I will not leave these people also. I will tell their name. And after that immediately she dies. Gone. What the court presumes is, the person who is on the verge of dying will never lie. Very difficult situation. But if the person survives, what happens? If the person survives, we'll take the other way around. We'll talk positively. If the person survives, with all of the medical, this treatment, he survives. So whatever the statement she gives, it acts as a corroborative evidence. Still, a case will be filed. She'll be caught to the court, and the defense will be asking, you told like this. Where is the evidence? So it acts as a corroborative evidence in the court of law. If the person survives. You want to ask something?
Yes, sir, euthanasia is a very big medical legal use around the world. So, but in India, we don't hear much of it. Like, abroad, we've heard so much. Like, it's legal in a lot of countries. Why isn't it a thing in India? And like, is it an avenue that, Indian doctors are exploring, or are they against it?
No. Have you read about Aruna Shanbag's case? Aruna Shanbag. Aruna Shanbag. Western vegetative state. And it was her friend who said that I am no one, can't see them. She's suffering. Actually, she was not, she doesn't know anything. And KEM hospital nurses have taken very good care of, 35 years they have taken care of it. See, issue is whether it's a passive euthanasia or active euthanasia. Issue is passive euthanasia or active euthanasia. Active euthanasia means you are giving certain things and you are giving the medications and actively trying to kill the person, which is not being allowed, because every person has a right to life and they don't have a right to die. Okay, we don't have a right to die, but right to life. Now what we are fighting is we should also have a right to die. That is what we are fighting. How true it is, how good it is, how right it is a big debatable. Okay, and again coming back to this passive euthanasia, don't you think it is happening now, passive euthanasia? Don't you think it is happening now? A person who is having a carcinoma, okay, laryngeal carcinoma, and who has gone for multiple radiotherapy, multiple chemotherapy, we know that he is not going to survive anymore, okay, and finally a time has come where this ventilator has been put to him. The patient party are middle class, they don't have any money to again much spend over it. They will, the doctor will call them and say that, see, I can still keep it on ventilator, but it's left to you, whether you want to take him, because there is no chance for him to survive. Or in a case of head injury, 13 years old or 14 years old, he has got the brainstem death. Brainstem death means it is not reversible. Okay, in such cases also the person will be kept on ventilator for the sake of organ transplantation, if at all they agree for it. In such cases, even if the brainstem death has occurred, now it is left to the party whether to remove the ventilator or not. Invariably, because of we know that the end stages, it cannot be improved. His conditions cannot be improved. So they don't have financial constraints also are there in the family. In such cases, the family only says, you can remove disconnect the ventilator. Don't you think it's a passive euthanasia? We stop it. We stop the medication. We stop the ventilator. It's going on, but that legality, it's not there. Everywhere it is going on. Passive euthanasia. Certain religions encourage it, certain religions say no. Yeah. Any other? So it's a very good topic, actually, medical legal. First, when they gave to me, I just asked, should I talk only for the dental or should I talk? Then he told, you talk generally, sir, what is medical legal cases. So I was very happy because you should know what are the medical legal cases so that you can educate, you can put an awareness to your family members and also the friends. What constitutes the medical legal cases? Okay? It is across boundary of dental, yeah. Which one, ma? It comes under negligence. It's something called as res ipsa loquitur. Res ipsa loquitur means the thing speaks for itself. You have taken a wrong tooth, we don't require to prove it. You don't require to prove it. It's saying, see, you have taken a wrong tooth, you are negligent. It only says, that is what is called the thing speaks for itself. Res ipsa loquitur. So that's why it comes under negligence. Then how do you prove it? How do you disprove it? You can't disprove it. Because you have taken a X-ray of your teeth, you are telling that this is no more, we can't do an RCT for this. Here it has to go for an extraction. But you extract a normal, healthy tooth. Will he leave you? No. Definitely. You should take your tooth and give to him. That's the one thing. So it is something called a res ipsa loquitur, thing speaks for itself. It is a criminal negligence. Okay, so that is something called as a contributory negligence. Contributory negligence. So you have contributory negligence. There is a contribution on the part of the patient also because he is not cooperating. And probably your procedure also is not so much good enough also so that you are not able to meet his expectations. Both are contributing for the negligence here. That will be one of the defense for medical negligence actually. It's a defense. You can say that I have given a proper treatment but the patient is not cooperative with that. It's a defense in the court of law. You can say that he was not cooperating with me for the procedures. Whereas this is pure case of negligence. Okay? So for any case of negligence, we should have 4 things. One is duty of care. Means when the patient comes to you, you promise him, you give a care to him. Dereliction of duty means there is no proper care what you're giving to. There's a dereliction of duty. Because of the dereliction, there's a damage to the tooth. And that damage is due to the direct causation of your dereliction. All are starting with D, if you see that. Duty of care, dereliction, damage, and direct causation. Anything? Anything, if you want? Don't hesitate. You'll be hesitate, then you'll regret. Because that's what we also, I regretted, because one of our famous teachers who have got Padma Vibhushan, we never asked them anything. Now we regret. He is such an intelligent, so very knowledgeable, we are not able to, we could not ask them because of simple thing that people will laugh at me. That was the thing. Because, see, we all, if you're thinking about me, I studied in Kannada medium school. So when you finish your Kannada medium school, I mean at the 10th standard when you come to your PUC, we find very difficult to read even a single sentence. When the English medium school people now speak half right and left, we take some time to speak, so we feel that people will laugh at us. So that was the thing which made us to study more and more English, reading novels now. So we are more better than what the English people speak now. Till 10th standard we were speaking, we were studying in a Kannada medium. Everything was Kannada. So please don't get hesitated. Language is not a barrier to learn. Anything? No? Thank you so much for the opportunity which MCODS has given me to tell you about whatever small things I know about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish, for the extremely interesting and informative session. I would now like to request Dr. Veena, Senior Professor from the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, MCODS Manipal, to present the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Jagdish. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's welcome Dr. Kalyan Pentapati to throw some light on literature search for beginners. Sir is an accomplished associate professor in public health dentistry, having graduated and completed post-graduation from MCODS in Mangalore and Manipal respectively. He has over 190 publications, including 153 indexed in Scopus and 16 reviews. His Google H index is 29 and Scopus H index is 19. He has authored textbooks and contributed chapters to prominent publications. Dr. Pentapati is proficient in various statistical and research tools, holds patents, and has received multiple awards for research and teaching excellence in dentistry. He has served extensively as a peer reviewer, academic editor, and guest editor for international journals. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
So good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. So today I want to briefly discuss about how you search literature. So most of us, when we have doubt, what do? Immediately search in Google. Yes or no? So it may be right. I'm not saying it is wrong. But when you are writing a document, or when you're writing a narrative, or when you're gathering a piece of evidence pertaining to literature, so that simple search may not be enough. So you may not get extensively all the viewpoints in the literature. So sometimes, for example, if you talk about the effectiveness of a particular drug or a medicine, so there might be some studies which are favoring, there might be studies which are not favoring or neutral maybe. So if you just simply search in Google, you might get one or two hits, like search results, and you will see the first one and second one, but you may not see the entire the summary of the literature which is there for that research question. So what will happen? Your opinion might be biased. So that's why there is something called a systematic search. So you follow a systematic way to get the results from the existing database. Database is something like Google. Okay. So there are a lot of databases. So I have 12 slides here, 12 or 13 slides. After that I will show one video on how to search in PubMed. Okay. So as I told, can you see? I'm too close, I think. I'm not able to see. Yeah. Can you see? Yeah. So searching the literature, it's as I told, it is very essential nowadays, because as a healthcare professionals, maybe 1 year later you will be roaring practitioners or researchers. You never know. But in both the fields, you need to have thorough knowledge on how to search literature. Okay, because see, sometimes you will get only 1 or 2 papers if you do not search properly. So then you will not know whether it is right or wrong. You are on your own once you leave the college, is it not? So you have to do your own homework. So that's why even if it is research or patient care or whatever this thing, you should be having thorough, informed decisions. Okay, it's very important. And for doing that, you need some amount of precision. So something like an accuracy. So if you do a repeated search, you should get similar answer. That's what I meant here. Okay. So basic searches I was telling about, you. I get doubt something like, where is score 4 conference being held? I will just tell in Google. So you will get one answer. Okay, it's being held in MARENA. That's all. It's a straightforward. You ask something, it will tell something. Like you ask in some chat GPT or Gemini, it will tell one answer that we don't know how accurate it is. So it's fine. But however, when you have complex questions, so whether chlorhexidine will work to reduce plaque or gingivitis among children or among pregnant women, so it requires different aspects in the research. There are different aspects in the research. One is chlorhexidine. So in compared to what? Control or some other mouthwash? So another component in the question is probably the population, children. Another component is for what? Dental plaque or gingivitis or gum bleeding. multiple outcomes. So such things you need to have a complex research question, you need to have something called as advanced search. Okay, that's what I am going to discuss here. I am not going to discuss how to search in Google. Okay, that is straightforward, very simple. So there are these are called databases. So like Google, we have multiple databases. So many are there. Okay, so every database uses specific terminology. Okay, so such things you have to. You cannot know everything by yourself. You have to learn. Okay, so most common for healthcare professionals, biomedical professionals is PubMed. Okay, so you would have heard this term before. Then slowly emphasis is being given for Scopus, then emphasis is given for Embase. Embase is again a cumulative of Medline and Scopus. So sometimes you might get additional material which you have not found in PubMed, but they are in Embase. Why? Because it is there in Scopus. Sometimes PubMed and Scopus, it is not there, but it is there in Embase because it is a conference abstract which is not indexed in Scopus or PubMed. So sir, what will I do with conference abstract? That fellow person would have published. I will read his paper. No, what is the guarantee that it will be published? Not every research will get published. Okay, so that is why there are so many databases. Okay, there is CINAHL. Okay, it has nursing and allied health sciences literature. Then there is Web of Science. Okay, then there is Cochrane Library. Cochrane Library mainly for Cochrane reviews and trials. Then there is Google, we all know, mother of search. Then there are trial registers. So when there is a trial, we register and then start. So there is a protocol there, it is available. But what is the guarantee that trial is published? Sometimes it is still ongoing, sometimes it is there, sometimes they just stop there. Still they will add some information to that. So these are available listing. So as a beginners, you don't have to search your research question entirely in all the databases. At least one or two databases you should know where to search. The Scopus again, once you go from college, it may not be accessible. Embase also it is not accessible. CINAHL also it is not accessible because they are all publisher databases. Publisher databases means those journals that are being published are maintaining these databases. So you need license. So it's not that I am rich so I will buy. It's not like that. So they may not give you individual licenses. They might give only institutional licenses. So there are complexities. But however, PubMed is not like that. PubMed is by a grant from the US government. It is freely available. Wherever you want, you can use. Like Google. You have internet, you can use. Okay, so that's why I am sticking on to PubMed. Okay. So databases use different vocabulary to catalog their articles. Okay. So what is vocabulary here is, so so it is not just one article that is there in PubMed that you are searching for. There are millions of articles. So they have to be categorized. Imagine your bookshelf. So everything is piled up. Do you want to segregate it neatly? At least for once in a while? So what you will do? Anatomy books here, biochemistry books here, physiology books here. Same way databases also have something. You see library, right? How are the books? Are they dumped in one place? No, they are nicely segregated. So librarian, there is a course how to catalog the articles or catalog the books. Same way databases also have one way of catalog. Okay. So what they do? So they have something called as mesh terms. PubMed has mesh terms. Embase or Scopus has M-tree. So okay, keep calling some names, doesn't matter, but in general it is called as keywords. Okay. So that is how they follow the cataloging system. That's what you have to understand. So when you are looking for PubMed, you have to develop a separate search strategy. So you have to go in a proper way. When you are going in Scopus, there is a different way. When you are going through Embase, there is a different. Okay. So different, you have to learn one after the other, but the concept remains same. Okay. So how do we go about this thing is, before even looking at running a search, there are 3-4 basic steps here. So what we have to do is find the synonyms, alternate terms. So I will tell fluorosis, somebody will tell enamel mottling. I will tell caries, somebody will tell decay, somebody will tell rotten teeth. There might be a vague old term in 1940s, they would have used that in the literature. Okay, so we have to make a summary of all those synonyms for particular research question. Whether it's the population you are talking about, children you are talking about, it's this thing, child, children, teenager, adolescent, so many variations are there. Same way for the disease, caries, enamel modeling, all those things. Okay, and we have to use something called as and or. These are called Boolean operators. Okay, when you are looking at similar things, you have to use or. When you are looking at different concepts and you want to merge these concepts, then you have to put and you don't want something which is not related to your concept, you can use not. Very rarely we use that, but and or are some common Boolean operators. And or are common in all the databases. Okay, Google also it is there. Okay, then phrases and truncation. These are some unique terms here. So I'll be talking about PubMed here. So first important thing is we have to identify basic research, basic search we can do like Google. There's nothing special about it. So you go open the PubMed page, you type something, pregnant women, oral health, whatever nonsense you want to type, you will get some information. Okay, but when you have a specific research question, you cannot do like that. There is a methodology. So you have to identify mesh terms, you have to identify free text terms. So in order to identify mesh terms, so what is mesh term? So it helps you in identifying the correct literature. So how will you identify correctly? If you know what are the cataloging terminologies that are being used for that particular disease or condition or population, whatever it is. Okay. So first you have to go to this web page. I think I'll show you if you cannot see. It's nothing PubMed/mesh. Okay, mesh means not the window mesh. It's called medical subject headings. Okay, so it's an acronym there like that. So you go, you find out all those terminologies which are relevant, that you have to make synonyms, and those synonyms you try in that mesh terms. There is no ready-made catalog here. Okay, so everything is there in that. You have to keep trying and see whether that terminology is relevant to your research question or not. Sometimes it is not there, because it might be something else. Okay, so how to formulate? So how to formulate this thing is, that's what I was telling. There is no ready-made answer. Okay, you have to do your homework. There is no substitution for that. So for here, I wanted to give a small example so that everybody can follow. So you don't have to be a dentist or a medical professional, or you don't have to be a postgraduate to understand this research question. Research question is whether scaling helps in preventing adverse pregnancy outcomes. Everybody can understand this question? Very simple. Is it yes? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so there are two components in this. I have simplified to a very basic level here. So there are two components here. One is treatment component, one is the result of the treatment component. Okay, the result of the treatment component is the effect. What you call commonly we call it as effect. So the effect here is adverse pregnancy outcomes. Okay, so adverse pregnancy outcomes here means what I wanted to look for is low birth weight, preterm weight, or a combination of preterm low birth weight. Okay, so this is the research question I'm looking for. So there are two components. There can be 3, 4, 5, 6 also. Okay, so if you are looking at systematic reviews, there will be minimum 4 components. Okay, so population, intervention, outcome, and control. So here I am not looking into 4 components because it will be too long for the discussion and you will get bored. So I just kept 2. So we just have to make the list of keywords and all. I will show you. So what do you have to do? First, how do you start? So take a common terminology, whatever terminology is there. You can see. So simple example, you are looking for a psychosis or psychotic episode, something like that. If you are looking at psycho, after that asterisk, if you keep anything related to that, following that will come. Okay. So some databases use asterisk, the star. Okay. So you see that normally conditions apply on all products or offers, something like that. Or some in PubMed you can use $sign. Okay. So, but you want to look at a specific word. I want something like this: psychotic episode. Okay. Dental caries. If it is like that only I want, then you put inverted commas. Okay. So this is called as phrase search. Okay. This is you don't know what all you want. You are clueless. Okay, or you are running a preliminary research. Okay, in such cases, you can write 3 or 4 letters of that word and keep an asterisk or a dollar sign. Something like this. Another example. So you don't know what are the possible combination of a teenager. In literature, many people can write teens, teenagers, teenage, etc. So you don't know how many possibilities are there. Nowadays, the AI is there. It will help you in identifying this thing. So most of the databases slowly they are incorporating AI into that. But in general, this is the fact. So you want to find all the possible words related to teen, put a dollar sign after that. So TW is textual word. Okay. So something like smoking. You don't know smoking, smoker, smokes, all those things. But sometimes you have to be very careful. So some people keep on putting everywhere this thing. So somebody wants to put asterisk after clot. So it can be clothes, it can be clothing. Somebody wants to put after intern asterisk. What will happen? What will happen? It can be internal medicine, it can be intern, whatever. So meaning can be changed. Somebody is putting nut. Nut means what? Nut job, nutrition, so many things. Okay. So we have to be very careful where you can use and where not to use. So if you are clear about all the contextual words, you don't have to use all these things. If you are not clear, then you can use and find it. So one important thing is a clear research question should have minimum basic things. It should have all domains of your research question. So here my research question is pregnant women and adverse birth rate outcomes and scale. So both the things here, and it should be up to date. So it's not that 5 years back you have searched and say that I have searched. Things change every week, every day actually. New literature gets published. So it has to be up to date. And as much as possible, no language restriction should be there. But it is not possible always, but nowadays you have a lot of tools which instantaneously they can translate Korean language to English language. So that's why I kept it like that. So, and replicability. So if you do today, do a week later, you should get similar results. Okay. So sir, how is it possible? You are telling everyday literature is changing. At least it should be 300 and 305. No, it should not be like 300 and 3000. Okay. So replicability means at least somewhat similar. Okay. So what are the possible ways? How do you start? So first is preliminary researches. Everything, whatever you want, you can do. Whatever way you want, you do. Search freehand in Google or PubMed or this thing. So you have to do preliminary research. So identify what are the synonyms, what are the words that are being used in the literature for that context. So somebody says adverse birth outcomes, somebody writes preterm low birth weight, somebody writes preterm birth. These are all different concepts. They might have a common stem meaning. Okay. So adverse birth outcomes in general might have millions of possibilities. But I am looking at low birth weight and all those things. And another thing is look for any reviews that are there. If there are reviews, your 90% of the homework is done, because it's a ready-made there. You can just see that and this thing. But what if your review is very old? But still it will be still useful. Okay, you can use the search terms that they have used. Okay, you don't have to break your head on what are the synonyms, what are the mesh terms, how did it search and all those things. So many things will be there first hand to you. Only thing is you should acknowledge. If you are publishing based on that, you should acknowledge. If you don't acknowledge, then it will be wrong. Okay. So that is an intellectual property of somebody else. Let's not go into that angle, right? So if you are using somebody else's search key terms and all those things, please document it. Okay. So this is the layout. So based on the research question, so everybody at least vaguely remember what was the research question? Scaling, will it decrease adverse pregnancy outcome? So scaling is the intervention outcome. So we will have to search everything in twofold. Intervention, we have to search in the general text of the article and the mesh or keywords. So mesh or keywords, why is it so special? That is how the PubMed is cataloging their literature. Okay, sometimes it might be there in the keyword, sometimes it might be there in the abstract, or it might not be there in the title and abstract. How you are putting, the authors may not put in the same way. Then what will somebody back end, they will be sitting and cataloging the research articles manually. Sir, how will they do? They will have whatever they want to do, they will do. That is not our headache. But if you are looking at adverse birth outcomes and the title it is written as low birth weight, somebody will catalog it, tag it under the adverse birth outcomes. See, if you type adverse birth outcomes, that also will come, even though the title and abstract of the article did not have that word. So that is why it is important that we search our literature for the free text words also and the mesh terms also. Okay. So for intervention, we have to search for the free text words and the mesh words, and for the outcome also we have to search for the free text words and the mesh words. Okay. So actually this is supposed to be, this exercise I developed for the postgraduates in Oxford Dental College, where it was supposed to be a hands-on exercise. So one full morning I gave them exercise so that they come up with this thing. We don't have that much time, so I made the exercise very handy here. So preliminary research. So how do you come with all these terms? Because I did the preliminary research, okay, which you are supposed to do. We don't have time, so we did the preliminary research. So if you see the scaling part, can you think about all those terminologies before? No, scaling means always scaling, scaling, scaling. What are the other terminologies which could be used with respect to scaling? So periodontal treatment in general, periodontal treatment vaguely, non-surgical periodontal treatment, periodontal therapy. So you might be thinking it's so similar, why it is? So periodontal treatment, somebody would have in their own style. So those literature will use those terms. Low birth. Term low birth weight, premature birth, preterm low birth, PTLBW, then pregnancy outcome. So endless possibilities. So these all things how do we get? We do some search in the PubMed, we see the articles, we see the titles. Okay, this is a unique term. Okay, keep it. So these are the list of synonyms which we have to keep it hand. This thing. Similarly, the bottom ones are the mesh words. Mesh words we have to. I will show you how to this thing. So if you go to that mesh portal of the PubMed, then you start typing something, it will generate some suggestions to you. If it cannot generate and still you search, then it will give you a potential matches. That also is not possible for you. You type one article related to based on the preliminary research. Then right hand side if you go, it will have authors, introduction, background, mesh terms, related articles, all those. Click that mesh terms. You see those articles which that article, what are the mesh terms that are used by the PubMed to identify that article. Like that you can come. You see those which are words. You see the bottom, infant low birth weight. Okay, that is how it. For that, whatever you type, that will. Pregnancy complications / prevention and control. So pregnancy complications is a letter. Okay, abortion also is a pregnancy complication, but we don't want to. We are looking at low birth weight. So / prevention and control is the subdomain of that this thing. Then we have pregnancy outcome. So these are the listed mesh terms. Okay, this is the end of my presentation. So now I will just show you the videos. So the moment you go to this portal mesh mesh terminologies, you start typing any word. So first I'm showing you the mesh terms. Okay. So I started with preterm, what do you call, preterm birth. The moment I type something, it started giving suggestions. Okay. So when the suggestions are there, I have to choose my suggestions, which are suggestions which are relevant. So premature birth is the suggestion here. So I want to this thing. So I type preterm birth. It has shown me. Okay. So you type whatever you want. If it is related to that, this will come. Okay. It will have subdomains, subheadings, and all those things. So you can choose whatever is relevant to you. So you don't want to identify the etiology of that. You are not related. We are not looking at that angle, right? So what we are looking is it probably prevention and control. Okay. So if you see on the right hand side, there are a lot of listed domains are there. So you can select whatever domains that are there. This thing. Okay. So once you select whatever is relevant to you, right hand side, extreme right hand side, add to search builder. Can you see that? You click there. So it will keep it. So it will be added into that. Then you go back and type the next word. Okay. So a lot of options will be there below that. So now I am typing low birth weight. Okay. So again, if you see low birth weight, lot of combinations are there. Extremely low birth weight, infant, extremely low birth weight, all those things. So each has its own definition. Okay. So I am looking at only low birth weight. I am not looking at extreme low birth weight and all those things. I am generically looking at low birth weight. So you select low birth weight, then again it is given. The moment you type low birth weight, it is given infant/low birth weight. That is the accepted terminology as per MAHE. So you type whatever relevant to you, it will give you the accepted terminology. So add to that search builder. So whenever you are adding to search builder, you have to add with or. Okay, because these are synonyms. Okay. So if you are not happy with the proper what you call context of this thing, you can click that. There will be some more suggestions in the domains. So you can select some more, whatever is relevant. If it is too vague for you, you can go inside and check that. Okay. So for the demo, I just kept it here. So next suggestion I am going for is pregnancy complications. So when I type pregnancy complications, see the number of complications that are being generated. So I am not sure about what complications I am looking at. So I am going for the generic term. So the moment I say so many complications are there which are not related to us. So I am clicking that pregnancy complications and going inside and seeing what are the domains that are there here. So which will be relevant. So I've seen blood, cerebrospinal fluid, etiology, genetics, psychology, so many things are there, but I could only find that what is relevant, that prevention and control is the possible relevant terminology. So I selected only that part. Okay. So like that you keep on adding, you can keep on adding your mesh and alternate mesh free text words using the treatment component. So I kept on adding, so I am just forwarding. Search the mesh terminologies again, you will be having here. Okay, I am forwarding this thing. And start entering your. Okay, so again I treatment, non-surgical periodontal treatment, dental scaling, tooth scaling, teeth scaling, all the synonyms you can add. Okay, and every time you don't forget to click with OR. Okay, if you forget, you can edit the search box like previously I have told. You can edit the search box. Okay, once you add it, you click search. Okay, same way again mesh terms you have to search. So right now we have 4 search strings. Okay, so one for mesh terms for the treatment part, one mesh terms for the adverse pregnancy outcome, then one search terms for the free text words for the adverse birth outcomes, one search strategy for the free text words of the treatment scale. So we have now 4. So now we have to combine these. So if you combine these, only when these two are there, the results will be this thing. So how do you combine? The free text words and the mesh terms are combined with OR. Okay, of adverse pregnancy outcomes. Similarly, treatment component free text words and the mesh terms are combined with OR. Okay, so these are called Boolean operators. We combine these. Okay, so similar things will combine with OR, different things will combine with AND. So once you do that, so here if you go back in the search history details, all the things will be there in the history this thing. So I wanted to include the population, the pregnant women also as one component, but adverse pregnancy outcomes, all those things has already pregnant word in that, meaning in that. So I excluded that. So unnecessarily we will increase the search strategy. Okay, so we don't want to do. So my actual search started from number 2. Okay, so number 2, if you see preterm birth weight, bracket, title and abstract. So these are the free text words. Okay, the third search is the mesh term of adverse pregnancy outcomes. Fourth one is free text words of treatment component scaling. Fifth one is mesh terms of the treatment components. Fourth, are you following me? 4 things. Okay, so what I have to do is 2 and 3 I have to combine with OR or AND. AND or they are similar things, mesh and title and abstract of adverse pregnancy outcome. So we have to combine with OR. Okay, is there any confusion? AND is different things. Okay, OR, these are synonyms. Okay, so you click these 3 dots, you will have options there. Add to search builder, add with OR, add with AND and all those things. So you have to be very careful. AND means it will become totally blunder and you will not know what has gone wrong. Okay, again you have to manually read the entire search strategy. So you combine one after the other without confusion. Okay, so you combine mesh terms and the free text words of pregnancy complications with OR and run the search. Okay, if you become expert, you can combine all together at once and do. But if you make an error, you will not know where you have made error. So that's why I am telling you combine once. So you will have again one more search string, that is number 6. Okay, this is the entire search string for the adverse birth outcomes for the mesh and free text words. Same way we have to do for scaling, the treatment part, mesh terms and free text words. again we have to combine with OR. Okay. So click the 3 dots, add query. The second time when you click the 3 dots, it will ask add with AND or AND with OR. So you have to write it with add with OR. Then run the search. Then again you will have one big search string that is relevant for the treatment component. So now the final result. The final result is the combination of the treatment and the outcome. Okay. So you combine 6 and 7. So add query, 3 dots, click the 3 dots and again click the 3 dots, and now it is asking add with AND or add with OR. We have to add. Okay, add with AND. You click that add with AND, then you will get search, then you will get the entire literature that is there related to your research question. Okay. Okay, see here, where was I initially 1,66,000 something, now I see 392 articles. Still I have no patience to read 392 articles. Every day one article if you read, it will take 400 days, that is 1 year. By that time another 40 articles will be published. Okay, so we don't have, who has time? We don't have time. Even if you use AI also, it will give a summary which will take time to read also. So what is my research question? It is an experiment. You are doing scaling to reduce the adverse birth outcomes. So preferably they will be done as a clinical trial. So I am very clear. Okay, if I read clinical trials, I also. So PubMed offers lot of tools here. Okay, on this side there are a lot of tools there. Okay, so if you see here year of publication and all those things. Okay, slightly I am forwarding. Okay, so many filters are there. So filters are, you would have seen filters in Amazon and right, priced low to high, alphabetically, first relevant, all the same like that. There will be like year, then species, type of study. In type of study, there is one specific column, randomized control. We click that, immediately it will narrow down and see from 390 to 41. So where are we? 1,66,000, now 392, now it is 41. It is like overnight we can read. Okay, in that 41 also there will be some things which are not related. Okay, so finally you might have 10 or 15 articles. Very doable. Okay, so these things we can So here PubMed has lot of options here. You can save them. Okay, so you can save them. You can email it to a colleague so that he can also read. If you are using reference manager, or you are writing a report or writing a review, this thing, you can use reference managers. Okay, they will do referencing for you. You can import these instead of manually adding those references. You can add these directly to the reference manager like Mendeley and all. Okay, so see the filters I am telling. Article type, species. So you don't want in vitro, lab, veterinary studies and all. You can just click humans. You can't read any other article other than English. Put English. English already default. Okay, so you want only Hindi articles, you can click Hindi articles. Okay, so like the list of this thing. Sex, you don't have to click sex only because all are related to females. Okay, so then age, you want only these results to be applicable to people who are above 40 or above 30. You don't want adolescent, pregnant, this which will complicate much more things. So like that, so many other things are there. Okay, so you can explore, so many features are there. So if your research question is only for children, so chlorhexidine working on dental plaque among children. So you see the children, which age group? Want to see only primary dentition, 0 to 6. You can select the filters and this thing. So that ways you will get only the articles which are published in that age. Okay, you don't have to entirely read and so that is the power of the filters here. So once you do that, you can do this thing, you can read articles and all those things. So you can actually export it into a Word file. So many options are there. Okay. So I think that's it. Okay. So here there are options here. You can copy it, send to clipboard, you can send to citation manager. Okay, you can create your own list of bibliography in your user account. Okay, if you create your own user account, it will be available in the list of bibliography, this thing. Okay, so since the screen recording, it doesn't show the pop-up, actually it will prompt you to create a Excel sheet also. So you can import into an Excel sheet also. Okay, so you can explore whatever features you want, this thing alphabetically, year-wise and all those things. Okay, thank you. If you have any doubts, you can ask. My email ID. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. Yeah. Oh.
If there is there are systematic reviews and scoping reviews.
Yes.
So for example, a scoping review is done till 2022.
Okay.
And I want to do one today, but it is very similar to the one which was done till 2022.
2022 it is there.
Yes.
Okay.
In 2022 there is one scoping review which is very detailed.
Okay.
And if I want to do another one, would it be redundant because only
No, no, no.
years of data is
See, after the review that is published, if you can establish the fact that there is a further edition of literature, you can do. Last month one article has been published. This month you want to challenge the evidence that is published in the systematic review or meta-analysis, saying that further evidence has been added because one more trial has been published. You can do. Okay. Alternatively, if till 2022 somebody has done, you can do from 2022 to 2024. Depends on the topic what you are looking at. Okay, so you have to register the protocol first. Otherwise, what will happen is sometimes some other person is already working on it. So this has happened to me 2 times. So we have registered the protocol. We have looked in Prospero and all. Somebody has registered in some other platform which we forgot to search. So finally we have to modify our review almost at the end of the review. Okay, so register your idea in the Prospero. You can take help of faculty. So while registering, you have to search whether such thing is there ongoing after that review. That means from 2022 to 24. That's the time frame you have to search. If somebody has already registered, it's not this thing, because by the time you materialize, those people would have sent it for publication. And usually when it is sent for publication, they expedite. If they keep it for 2 years in line, that review will not hold good for this thing. Literature search will be old. Usually reviews, they'll expedite faster.
Alright, thank you Dr. Mentapati for your comprehensive guide on literature search. I would now like to request Dr.
this one. Can I open this?
the head of department until February 2020, launching the MBA program during his tenure. A FAMA fellow and trained in medical education, he is deputy coordinator of the medical education unit at KMC Mangalore and holds a PG diploma in bioethics and medical ethics. An accomplished orator and workshop conductor, he is also a PhD guide in medical education, epidemiology, and community medicine, with research interests in adolescent health, road traffic injuries, asthma, malaria, medical education, and bioethics. Dr. Jain serves on the Executive Committee of National IAPSM and is a Vice President of the IAPSM Karnataka chapter. He has been honored as the Honorary Professor by IMA and awarded Fellowship of the Indian Association of Preventive and Social Medicine.
So thank you for that generous introduction, and I admire that you compiled it well. So thank you. I am very much aware that we are running late. I also understand that there are more interesting things, but thank you for this presence here to the audience who's here. I hope I'll be able to take you through some of these ideas which will inspire you to publish. Right? Having said that, I usually like to move around, but let's see if I can use that mic maybe. Or am I audible to you? Yes. Yeah, so that's okay. So that should be fine. So what I'll do is I'll take you through some of these things which I thought are important, which will help you to think about publishing and publishing in different ways and different domains. Okay? So this is what, and you can see the disclaimer, these are my ideas. Please don't think that they are subscribed to by the affiliations that she mentioned about. All right. So this is what we are trying to do. So before I go into this, I want to ask those who are here, how many of you published? Have you published in any scientific journal? None of you? Anyone here? No one? Okay, that's interesting. Doesn't matter. It's okay. So then the next question is applicable to you. So what holds you back from writing and sending a manuscript to a journal? Yes? This is not applicable to you. So the first question was, have you published in any scientific journal? Right? And then, since I'm surprised, I was expecting at least a few will be there, but none of them have done this. So can you tell me what is holding you back? Why are you not trying? Or have you tried and not been successful? Is that the case? Any of you in the process? Of writing. Okay, great. That's a good step. Okay, anyone else? Let this be an interactive session. I don't want to come here, just talk and go. So I want to learn from you. I want to understand, and probably that will help me to make my next talk better, whenever that is. Okay, that's how I do. Right. So, yes, what holds you back? Is there something, or have you not thought about it?
So it's a very extensive process from writing the protocol to getting
Sit and answer. This is not a class, and I'm not your professor, so you can do that. Okay?
getting to the IUC, and then also we have classes. So balancing that with the entire procedure, it takes a very long time.
Thank you. I appreciate that honest confession in a way. So she says that it's a very extensive process, and she says that balancing it with your classes and your practicals or labs and clinics and to write and send is too taxing, and it's very difficult to balance that. Okay, that's one view. Any other? Any other? Yes? Come on. Right? So it's difficult to understand the way to write or the process, or both? Both, okay, right. So these two things. Any other? Just one more at least, so that I can try and address those as well. Yes?
So too much paperwork.
Too much of a paperwork. Okay, great. Right. So, probably holds true, and you see that help, So what I'll do is, I'm deliberately not going into why to publish. I had, but then I decided to, take it off. Of course, works well for the time as well. So what I will do is, I will tell you what to publish, when to publish, where to publish, who can publish, and how to publish, okay? And I'll condense this into a capsule of about 40 to 45 minutes, okay? But if you feel that you've not understood something, you're free to ask me anytime. Stop me and ask me, right? Because that's the purpose of this session, right? And I have a feeling that at least a few of you, 6 to 8 months down the line, will attempt and probably publish. This is what I hope. And if I can do at least, for 3, 4 of you, that change, I think I'll be very happy. More than that, definitely happier, right? So what to publish? Any thoughts on that? What to publish? What do you think you want to publish? What can be published? What do you think can publish? Yes. Original studies. And what is original? Experiments? Research? Yes. Studies? So what you've done as a research, okay. Anything else? Some of you would have presented papers in this conference, isn't that? So those are original studies. Any other? Review article. So what is this review?
Read any original studies and collect the information they
Right.
have and publish it as a summary.
Okay. Only original studies?
Maybe even of other reviews.
Could be. Anything. So you review basically on a topic. Okay, very good. Excellent. Anything else?
There can be scoping reviews.
Scoping reviews. Okay, so types of reviews. Okay. And Dr. Kalyan touched on systematic reviews. So yes, you can. Any other thing? So original studies, original research? Case reports. Yes, you can publish case reports. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Statistics. So statistics as in? Okay, so statistics again is like, it will be a part of your paper. Whether it's even review sometimes will have some statistics, or your original paper also will have, until unless you're doing a purely qualitative, which may not be translating into numbers, okay? So let's see. I have a few listed here. What's the first one here? Right here? Letter to editor. Heard of it? Yes? So letter to editor. Now letter could be written for something which has been published in a journal. You read it, something comes to your mind and you say, hey, I think, this person has missed out on this, or I think there is something missing here, or there is something which probably I think is not right, or this particular aspect is probably like needing to be highlighted. So you can do that. Or you feel that those views which were expressed are right and you want to add on a little more to that, you could do that. Narrative. See, you are narrating. There is an experience you had and narrative. You talked about case report, original research, so I'll not review you talked about. You see viewpoint. Now, of course, viewpoint, it would be good if there is somebody who's more experienced and senior, but you can do that. Or sometimes you can have a viewpoint, or you join with another person who could help you with that. So viewpoint is, I have this view, or I have a stand, so this is my view of this. Okay, so that can be a photo essay. In clinical, a lot of clinical specialties, you can have a photo essay. That tells us about a lot of things, and pictorially, when you speak, one picture speaks more than 1,000 words, right? So that's again very important. And there are so many other things you can, and I'll show you some examples, right? How many of you are from some creative background? You love to write, maybe compose. Anyone? You do? What do you do? Right. And what do you write? Poetry. Prose. Okay. There. Anybody else? You do? What do you do? Poems. Okay. Okay. Do you think you can publish? Yes. So that's why I'm telling you. This is one letter to editor. Okay. This is with a student of ours. Matthew was, with us till last year. He's in Harvard now. By the time Matthew completed his internship and he was graduating, last year November was his convocation in Manipal, he had 11 published papers. That's a huge number for any standards for a student. It can put some faculty to shame in many of the medical or dental colleges. I'm not joking, right? When I was a faculty, 2004 I became a faculty, 2006 was my first publication. And here's Matthew, who's passing out from a medical school and has got 11 publications. No wonder he's in Harvard. And he's got into a research position which was not actually meant for him. But his credentials lent him, credentials good enough to be there, right? And I can quote many examples. So again, if you are focusing on something like this or you want to go abroad, universities abroad give you a lot of credit on that. So be aware of that and try again looking at, it's not just publication, publication is very important, but there are many other things as well. And okay, this is a narrative medicine. Again, former student of ours, okay, you can see that affiliation. So she's again, she I think went to one of those prestigious public health schools again. So Kashvi again wrote about this, okay? And this, somebody said poems, right? It's in a medical journal, okay? I'm just giving you examples, right? A lot of people wrote poems during COVID times about, the fate of COVID warriors and whatever. You can actually send it. We have Dr. Santosh Rai in radio diagnosis, currently the head of department, and Dr. Vishakha Acharya, the former head of department of pulmonology. Both of them wrote, and then that was published in a very good journal, and they wrote a poem. So that's possible. Closer home, that I couldn't fish it out. I would have shown you otherwise that, okay? So you can. See, there are categories like that. So you can. Provided you can bring in something which can, and which can become a meaningful thing for some kind of a learning. So that's also there, right? And then sometimes you review a book. In fact, I couldn't find right now for this session, but there are movie reviews. And no less than a journal which you would have heard very high of, New England Journal of Medicine, that also sometimes publishes, okay? So in fact, I read a review about a movie, a documentary movie called Sicko, S-I-C-K-O, Sicko. Okay, that's about the insurance system in the US and Canada. And that review I read in New England Journal of Medicine. I was so intrigued. I'm talking about 10, 12 years back or more than that. So I went and borrowed that DVD and actually watched that movie because I was so impressed with that review. So that also happens, right? And this is, again, a book which came out. And the best thing is, I offered to review, so I was couriered this book from, I think it was UK or somewhere. And I read that book and I wrote this review and it was published in a journal called Critical Public Health, a very acclaimed journal. So you can do that as well, right? So if you read a book and you feel that, you want to, or even sometimes movies, sometimes even the mainstream movies, you find something about health related, or sometimes even there would be like some beliefs, and you feel that that's wrongly displayed, you can write, you can send. Nobody stops you, and that becomes a publication for you. And why I'm highlighting those? Because some of us are good at that. We don't realize these can be publications. But see, what you're doing is you're finding a meaning in the scientific world for what you've seen in a mainstream cinema, right? And that could also help in highlighting some issues. So you can do that, right? So use that as your strength. And let me also tell you, these are low-hanging fruits. What do I mean by that? So the moment you are able to pluck these, you'll be wanting for more. Because once you taste it, you want to go higher and higher and collect the better fruits from up. So when you taste success, most of the times we are propelled to do more. And that's why I'm talking about these to you. Because see, when you're starting off, letter to editor is very easy to do, and you can just, if you feel that you are not confident, go to a faculty, go to somebody, and then you say that, okay, these are my views, but I don't know how to formulate it to letter to editor. They'll help you. Join 2 or 3 of you can join and write. Again, depends. Like recently I had an experience that Indian pediatrics, so I made 2 of my students write. Actually 3 of us were writing, but I pulled out because the journal allows only 2 authors for a letter to editor. Then I decided I'll step back. Let them go ahead, right? So that can be done. Case report you've talked about. So these are some of the things, right? So we've covered what to publish, right? Again, I've given you only a glimpse, as I said. right? Now when do you publish? You said that time is a constraint, lot of paperwork, difficulties. So when do you publish? Where do you have the time? Where do you have the energy? Time management, agree? Absolutely. That's true.
There's never a perfect time.
Absolutely. So if I really want to do something, won't I find time for it? I would do that. So I agree with that. But any other thing? So that's not the only thing I mean by when to publish. Anything else? When do you publish? So once you complete the study, yes. Anything else? But that is for the original research. What if I want to publish a review? What if I want to publish a case report? What if I want to publish a poem? What if I want to publish a letter to editor? When do I publish it? Yes? That may be too long. Once I find a good publisher, right? You said that, if I got it. It may not happen. I need to find, right? And then again, I might just keep postponing, because many times most of us are into procrastination, including me. Let me tell you that, okay? Most of the times my slides are made at the last moment. Madhu would know that, she's my postgraduate. Many times, last minute I would, but I somehow managed to pull out things at the last moment also and pull it off, okay? But that's not a good thing, right? So soon, what do I mean by soon? So you read a piece or an article, and suddenly when you read the first time itself, it strikes, or you get some thoughts. Don't keep postponing it. A few days, and sooner the better. Because the letter to editor, if you wait for 6 months, it's not going to be useful. And some journals have these policies. And I mentioned NEJM, New England Journal of Medicine. If I remember, 3 weeks is the time. If you don't do it within 3 weeks, you don't have the chance. Right? So that's how it is. That's the turnover. And Indian pediatrics, now I'll tell you what happened with these two students. So this was a May issue. It was published in May issue, and we were writing on that issue. And somehow everything was ready, and then by 22nd of July it was ready, and I said, please send it off. It got delayed. 29th they said, we'll submit. And then finally they submitted on 3rd or 4th of August. Next day, within a couple of hours, they submitted by night around 10:30, 11, I got a message saying that we just submitted. I said, okay, all the best. Next morning around 11 o'clock, I get a text. Said they've rejected and said that, we have a 3-month deadline, you crossed that 3 months deadline. So, soon, right? Not just because of journal policies, because what happens is, you must have thought, somebody else might have also thought the same thing. And if they have sent it before, and if they find that that is worth publishing, you may not get. And then of course these are policies as well. So you need to meet that timeline. If you've seen an unusual case, now again you'll say, I'll gather facts, I'll wait, I'll write, I don't know, I don't have time, this. And by the time you find time, it is 2 months. Is that going to be really valuable? My idea is, when I see an unusual case, I want to report it as soon as possible, right? So again, soon. Currency, that's important. You've read a book, you watched a movie, don't wait for too long. Sometimes what happens is, we try to make it perfect. And I learned this particular sentence, which I'm going to utter next, from one of my mentors, okay, in Famer Fellowship. So he said, Animesh, perfection is the enemy of completion. And it's true. So perfection, we go after perfection. Yes, it's good to be perfect, but perfection always doesn't lead to completion. Because we want, nahi, thoda aur. Nahi, this is not still, and that's it. We will linger around for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months. Nahi, we want to fine tune it. So don't do that, because many a times when you send it, after revision, reviewers read it, revisions will come. And you still have time to revise. But if you've not met that first cut itself, that's it. So please remember that. And then creativity, you got created, created something, you wrote something, again, send it. Anything new process or something, so soon you repeat. And then you report it. And then the moment you've completed research, get down to writing and then sending it off. Okay, so I've covered that. Now, so we know that what to publish, we know when to publish. Is it that Is that clear? Now next is where. What a stupid question, sir. Good journal, where else? Isn't that? Why are you even asking? Now there's a reason. You know why? Because what you see in red, I want you to understand that. Because I'm sure if you've not already, in the future you will get solicited by so many people asking that, come, we are ready to publish for you. Okay, not in that way, but they say we are a publication house, they'll call you, they'll text you, they'll WhatsApp you, they'll mail you, okay? You will be spammed, literally. We offer publication, fast publication, 1 week, 2 days, you know, and they'll say, generally we do it in a week or 10 days, but we have different plans. If you want a faster publication, you pay us this much, say just for arbitrarily, like let me tell you. So generally we charge you 4,000 rupees, but if you pay 10,000 rupees, we'll do it in a week. You pay us 15,000 rupees, 4 days we will publish for you. Please don't get into this trap. This is a trap. Some faculty gets into trap as well, including, you know, some of the newer faculty. And those who do not know about these, fortunately in our system, our university, we have been made aware of these things. So don't get into the trap, because their only aim is to make money out of gullible people. Everybody is looking for a publication. A faster publication means, you know, and these are not credible journals. They are not well indexed. They do not have a peer review system which is robust. And then you are wasting your research, your money. So please don't get into this. Many of them are fly-by-night operators. What do you mean by that? I mean that they might shut shop any time. They will open, they'll start, and maybe 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line, they'll just shut. And there are people who I know personally who've suffered, because what happened? The journal shut. And you want to show your publication, where is it? It's not there. So you need to understand that predatory journals are not the one. Now there is another menace which has come up. Clone journals. And I'll tell you, unfortunately I don't have this, I mean I have it in a different presentation, I forgot. But you know what? The clone journals will have same or similar names. And that's more difficult to differentiate. So when in doubt, go check the proper site of the journal, or if you feel that you are not competent or you're not able to distinguish, go and ask somebody who is little more experienced and take their help. Because recently I found a particular journal, I had a mail, and I found this journal sending me mails, and they said Scopus index, this, that, and very cleverly they have given me a link to that Scopus index. I clicked on that link from my mail, and I go to Scopus, and it says that particular journal. And I said, wow. And I said, let's look at, so I go to the page, and it charges me less than 3,000 rupees, if I remember, or 4,000, 2850, 2860. I said, Scopus Index Journal, this particular name, only this much? That's too less. So let me see. And I smelled something. Then I said, okay, let me see. So I was on their website. And what did I do? So I said, I usually do this. Whenever if I'm sending a paper also, I usually go through few of these issues and some of the articles just to have a look at how are they. So I went to some of the issues, the current and then 2-3 past issues. And I clicked on couple of just randomly some articles. And that surprised me. You know what happened? It opened an article, nicely formatted PDF. But you know what? When I clicked, the URL is from a Google Drive. I'm like, which journal worth its salt will do that? I mean, a good journal will not take me to somebody's Google Drive, yaar. Come on. I did that for another, so 3 papers, and all of them opened from Google Drive. But it's all nicely, neatly archived on their page, home page, okay? I had some doubt. I went to Professor Google again, and I put this journal name, and this is, I'll tell you, Gadiva or something, okay? Gradiva, okay? You can, so Gradiva journal, okay? And a Gradiva journal is actually a credible journal based out of US. And I landed to original page, and then I see the difference. And this is Gradiva Research Journal, mind you. And what they've cleverly done is, they've linked that Scopus link of original Gradiva in the mail. So when I click, I go to Gradiva, and I get confused, and I go to their homepage and submit. And they swindle my money, and my paper doesn't get indexed in Scopus. So this is something which you must be aware of. So please don't publish in any predatory journals or any useless journals. Publish in a good journal. Even if you mean to say that, it's not well indexed, that's still okay. But if it's a credible journal of a society, because many times one new journal which comes out of even a society may not be indexed well. But if you think that it's a good journal, there are people who are running it, are credible, go for it. But don't go for a predatory or a clone journal, right? And just quickly to tell you, how do you choose? So then you'll have to look at the scope of the journal. So any good journal will also tell you what are the things that they accept, what are the, and look at the credentials of the journal or publisher. There are some good publication houses, including Medno in India, which publishes about 300-400 journals, including some of these outside journals, okay? So those. Then look at the content, as I said, and then the quality of their website, because that gives an idea. As I said, see, the moment I looked at that and I went to that Google Drive, I had that, something is not right. So please do that. And then what are the services they offer? Again, some of them are money-making things, so don't have to get in, because what they'll say is language editing services, and many of them will charge you $30, $50 per page or something like that. So don't have to get into that. You can always avoid that and use some other, or maybe your friends. And please submit to only one journal. Don't think that 2 or 3 simultaneously in whichever accepts first, because again that is unethical. I'll not go into details. And one thing which we Indians don't do meticulously is, many journal editors complain, we don't look at the author's guidelines, we don't format our paper accordingly. And what happens? Many times there's a technical rejection or there is a technical check and it comes back. Delays the process, impression is lost. So please don't do that. A few things about just this, credential of journal or publisher. Again, look at that. And if you think that there is something which you are smelling, get in touch with one of them. Because I have found myself once, sometimes I have this habit, I Google myself every couple of months, okay? And I learn and discover new things about myself. So once this discovery happened, there is a journal based out of Madhya Pradesh, and I'm on the editorial board, and I never knew about that journal. Seriously, I'm not joking. So I sent a mail out to the journal, and I said, see, I have never heard from you, and how am I on your board? Please remove me, and I'm not interested, and please don't do this without my knowledge or consent. What is the expected response, do you think? Yes? Blocked? No. They are more enterprising. I was surprised. They said, sir, thank you for your email and interest. Please send us your CV. We will, put your CV and everything on the site, and you're welcome to our editorial board. Imagine. Seriously, not joking. Okay, so that also happens. So, and there are certain, search services which can help you with. So these are some of the sites you can actually go. You put in your topic, and then you will be able to find something suitable. Again, many of them are run by some of these publication houses. They will direct you to theirs also, so that is also there. But look at them, and so just showing you this one, Jane, that is Journal Author Name Estimator. Nice one. Okay, so if you see, I put up that perception and practice regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and its prevention, a pan-India study. And it will give me a lot of things, including what kind of journals I want, which language, this, that, okay. And the moment I click find journals, it will give me options, and it will also tell me what could be the match, okay. So influence and all that, so all that is given to me. Now I can select, if I want, I can check each of these journals and I can decide where I want to send. So this is one of the services you can use, okay. So this is something which I thought I'll just share. So if you see, and it can also give you that, the kind of similarity and all that, and when they have published similar kind of article. So this is something which I wanted you want me to, okay, right. So we've covered on what to publish, when to publish, where to publish. So far so good. Let's go to who can publish. Again, some of you must be thinking, what a silly question, sir. Isn't that? But tell me, who can publish? Faculty. Okay. Faculty usually publishes. Anybody else? Students. My simple answer. Anyone can publish. can. I know of people who do. And I'll tell you, just last week we had a reunion of my batch, and one of my friends who's in Australia, he is working on a project, and he says that sometime like he works, and he says that, you know, he usually takes a fellow, a mid-level student, an early stage student, and a non-medical student from one of the schools in Australia or somewhere on the project, so that there is a balance on certain topics. So he takes even a school student who's not into, or maybe a pre-med student. See? So anybody can publish. Only thing is if we have to have interest. So that's why I said anyone. And of course, student, intern, PG, PhD, scholar, SR, faculty, anybody can publish. Only thing is you need to have a little knack. And for that, I will again come towards the end. What should you do? Okay, so this is my short answer for this. So anybody, including everybody in this room, can publish. Provided we are willing to devote some time, have some interest, we can do that. But please remember a few things. There are certain criteria to be fulfilled or met to be an author. Having said that, yes, anybody can. So I can't say that, oh, see that watchman over there. I'll say, yeah, come, I'll put your name. Yes, I can, but he should have made some contribution, right? So that's why you should know that there are certain criteria which the International Committee on Medical Journal Editors specifies to be an author. Substantial contribution to conception or design. That means when I'm planning, we should have planned. You should have contributed, she should have contributed. So, you know, all of us sat together, so contributed. If you didn't do contribution during designing or conceptualizing, have you been instrumental in acquisition analysis of data or interpreting it? So this is the first stage. Next is drafting the article and revising it critically for important intellectual content. Now after that you've sent, and then it comes back for revisions and all that. So finally there will be the final revision and final approval to the manuscript which is going to be published. So that has to also be done. Now these three criteria used to be there for very, very long time till 2013, and all the criteria had to be met. But then they realized there was a problem. What problem? So success has many fathers, they say, right? So similarly, publication, I'm there, I'm the one, you know, I'm also part of it. There is a problem, I have nothing to do. She put my name, I am a guide, that's why she put. I'm just, you know, it's nothing personal, Madhu, okay? So, I have nothing to do. Now, I can't do that. I can't dissociate myself. So, then they said fourth criteria has to come. That means I have to be accountable. If my name happens to be there, I am accountable. I can't say I dissociate myself. I have nothing to do. So, that is very important. And if at all there is a question about integrity or any kind of, you know, accuracy of the work, I should be able to assist in the fair kind of resolution and then investigation. So that's very important. And please remember, this is all or none. That means all criteria have to be met. You can't say that I meet 1, 2 and 4. Third I'm not done. 2, 3 and 4 I'm okay. Not the first one. So you have to have all. Right? Of course, there have been little modifications now, but in certain journals, like PLOS has combined the first two, and they've added even, sometimes nowadays we develop an app or, you know, something which is some scientific electronic or something. So that also forms a part. And then they have put the other two criteria also separately. Now there are some authorships which are not to be done. Gift. So somebody who's not deserving, but we give them a name there. That's gifting. Okay, so gifting of authorship. Ghost is, okay, I will tell you something, hopefully you will remember. So how many in this room can see a ghost? Wrong question? So let me rephrase it. Do you think ghost is visible? Yes? Visible? How many of us have seen? Can we see a ghost? No, right? So similarly, a ghost author is one who will not be seen on the paper. Okay, what do I mean? So means that the person might have worked, but you will not see that person's name on the paper. What has happened? That person has become a ghost. Okay? So ghost authorship is basically failure to list those who are deserving. It also happens in the pharma industry and all, where people are employed to write and then lend names to somebody else. Guest authorship is again, I owed a favor or something and then so I put, okay? And pressured is, I happen to be HOD, I happen to be dean director, and then, you know, and then people have to satisfy my ego or my, you know, so they need to be better at maybe, you know, muscafying me or whatever. So that also happens. Okay? So where do you draw the line? So multiple places, but then what I want you to understand is sometimes this, you know, the statistician thing. Now if you've taken the help right from beginning in multiple things, including sample size or maybe data analysis procedure and then later again, and then, you know, so use that person to be an author. You can get that person to be an author. You don't have to acknowledge, but others can be acknowledged. And it's again a good practice to tell who you are acknowledging. Again, it should not come as a surprise. Tomorrow the paper comes and I see Animesh Jain has been acknowledged. Hey, what did I do, man? So no, keep the person informed, okay? Because sometimes that can be used. So we've looked at multiple things. Now let's just quickly go through how to publish, okay? Any questions till now? Are you getting my points? Right, so how to publish? Simple, and I'll just take the original article as of now, okay? Because there are so many, but I don't have enough time to do that. So pre-stage, writing and post-stage, okay? So obviously pre-stage you will look at the data, you will look at, you know, the outline of paper, select a journal, all that you have to do. But once you are past that, when you're starting to write, I suggest you start with materials and methods. Why? Because that's something which you've done, you know. You've already written in your protocol and you've gone through that and now you know what you've done. So you just have to condense and write it properly. And this is a very important part. Why? Because many people, including reviewers and editors and other people who read your paper, look at that for two reasons. One, they want to get clarity. The other thing is, if I want to replicate your study or I want to make it better, I need to understand what you have done. Isn't that? Then go to your results and discussion. Why? Because results, what you got, you again have it there. So once you have done that, now with that you can tailor make your introduction. Because you might have started with something, but once you got your results, you know what exactly was the focus of your results, how did it come, how did it turn out. And once you do that, write the introduction to suit that. And you can modify. You don't have to keep the same introduction which you initially started with when you started your protocol. It's not mandatory, it's not necessary. Nobody, no textbook, no guidelines say that, right? So you can. The other thing which I'm asked many times is, can we modify the title? My ethics committee gave me this approval. Can I modify? Yes, of course. If it derives from that work and you want to modify, you want to make a suitable title, go ahead, do it. Nobody stops you. In fact, you would have found that, you know, many times there are very catchy titles and you feel like reading them. You're curious, you want to explore what is there. Why? Because then they want you to they want to get your attention. And if you found something like that, make that title catchy or make, you know, the crux of the thing becomes a title. So you can do that, right? And once you've written the entire thing, then write the abstract. Many times I see some students will come and say, sir, I've written the abstract, now I have to write the paper. You can't do that. Something like, when you watch a trailer of the movie is already made. The trailer is made out of those scenes, right? You can't make the trailer and say, now I will make a movie out of this. Of course, some people might do it this age, I don't know. But actually speaking, you have to have the full paper and from there you will draw the abstract, which is a very concise summary of that, right? And then of course you go for a proofreading yourself and then try and get some friends to read it, internal review. And then you have to, post-writing, you have to submit. So write a cover letter. Most of the journals now ask you to do it in the online version. Otherwise, you might do it on a Word document. So write it properly, and I'll tell you some tips on that. Select potential reviewers because many journals ask you. And when you select them, try to get a diversity. And again, another thing they look at it, that you should not have worked with them in the last 3 to 5 years. You can take help of your faculty. You can do that. And again, when you do that, don't think that when you suggest a reviewer, the journal will ask them only. It's not necessary. Many times journals don't send it to them, okay? and then submit and all that. So this is how, so your title, abstract, introduction, and the full article, so so you write, and then you will start working on these things. So this is the cycle. When you complete, then you prepare your manuscript, you submit. Once you submit, it goes for reviewing. But before that, it has to pass the in-house technical check. Usually, a technical person or an office person looks at it first. Most of the time, the editor won't look at it directly. Some places it may, but they look at the general, things, the guidelines followed or not, the spacing, the way the tables are supposed to be and all that. Okay, then it goes, and once the review happens, they will send you, or sometimes a revision will come and then accept or reject, and then that publication will happen if it's accepted. Right, just giving you one example just to show you. So you see here, this is the abstract. Again, some of them write purpose, introduction, background, whatever. Design is study design methods, so each has different this thing. So this is from Indian Journal of Ophthalmology. What I want to, show you is that, see, again, when you write a protocol or your the report, you will have a section called review of literature. There's no review of literature in a paper, okay, generally. So in scientific journals, you will have it built into the introduction. So you see that, and towards the end, you will say the goal of this particular article is to retrospectively analyze the response to treatment and all that. So that's built into the last. You don't usually separately have, again, an objective or an aim. Okay, so this is how a structuring happens. So you see this and then this, and then I want to draw some attention. So ideally, it's good to have an ethics committee approval, but also nowadays there is also a trend where, like, in case some reason, or maybe if you've had also, they talk about Declaration of Helsinki, because that's something which has to be followed, okay? And then you talk about whatever certain classification definitions, so that also you should highlight. You should also talk about, what was your, say, parameters, or here it's about cutoff of, 6 millimeter as the ulcer size was chosen, as ulcers larger than 6 millimeter have been considered as predictors of poor response. So there's a justification given why you've chosen that. So those things you should do. So when you are talking of methodology, you will do that. And then you talk about what was your outcome measure, rightmost column you see, and then what have you used, if you've used any statistical package or anything, or you've used any online calculator, so you should mention that. And then what are the analysis that you've done. So there they talk about chi-square, if you see the rightmost down, that highlight. So chi-square, ANOVA, and all that, independent samples t-test. So all that is highlighted. Now that makes your paper stronger, and see, again, let me tell you one thing, you don't have to know everything. And that's where the teamwork comes. So collaborate with people who have complementary abilities and get them to help you with this, right? And then these are pictures which are there. So, and usually figures will have a title at the bottom, tables will have it on the top, okay? And again, in results, you will highlight where it is something you're saying. So see figure 2 and what is seen. So table 2, what is seen. So you just put it like that and you highlight. And one more thing I want to tell you is that in the results, you will describe the results. You are not going to explain everything. Where do you explain? In the discussion. So here you will explain, facts will be stated, and then that's it. So you just explain these things later. What do you do in discussion? So you tell, what did you find? What does it mean? What is the interpretation? How does it compare with others? So that's what you do, okay? So you see here they talk about larger epithelial defect was a significant predictor. They wanted to know that in the first thing, right? So now they've said this. And then they talk about it's consistent with previous studies, whatever, and then they've given that paragraph, okay? Similarly, the need for surgical intervention increased and all that, that also they've talked about in discussion. But if you see on the right side, there are certain studies which had different findings. So contrary to so and so, several hurdles contribute to poorer outcome and all that. So that is also mentioned. And whatever I can think or hypothesize that in the light of, rational thinking, so that can be done. So this is how you describe, and that makes up. And see, even the possible explanation within the scientific, understanding as on date. So that's what you do, and then you conclude, right? So that's how you go about describing. Now, I just want to tell you a few things about rejection and why it should be like avoided. So some things like, as I said, it doesn't fall within the scope, or it's under review at another journal. Now in this context, I want to mention an experience that I had. So once I sent a paper to a journal called Bratislava Medical Journal, okay, and this got rejected, came back. A few days later, about 2 weeks later, I sent it to another journal called Journal of Clinical and Diagnostic Research, which is in India, in Delhi it is. 2 days or 1 or 2 days later, I get a mail from editor saying that we can't consider this for further processing because it's already under considerations elsewhere. I was surprised, I was shocked. I said, no, it's not. So he sent me a thing saying that, you know, it is. So they have sometimes, there are databases or there are connections. So he sent me, and what had happened is Bratislava rejected my paper, but it forgot to remove it from that particular place. And this guy got that. So fortunately for me, I had not deleted the mail that had come as a rejection, and I learnt my lesson then. We might think that it's a waste, it's useless, but then that rejection mail saved me. I had that, and after that I made it a habit that I don't delete such mails also, because otherwise, oh, it's deleted, because what's use, it's already rejected. So I sent that to him saying that, see, this was already rejected 2 weeks back, and he said thank you, and then they started processing. Of course it got published there. So that's important again. I learned a big lesson by going through that experience. If your writing is not comprehensible, that's again a no-no. The writing style of the journal should be definitely adhered to. And of course it doesn't add value. The hypothesis is not clear. You're not supporting the evidence, what you're talking about. And analysis is very, very poor. Or the methodology itself doesn't fit the question that is supposed to be answered. Or the results are inconclusive. It can be negative, it's okay. It's positive, it's okay, but not inconclusive. Then what is the point? Okay? And ethics are violated. So since I told you rejection, let me tell you what are the good things you can do to get accepted. Give an insight into an important issue. And it is useful to people who probably will use it for making decisions. So then yes. Or sometimes it will lead to new theory or some kind of, you know, change or advancing of the existing theories. So yes. Or newer questions are risen from this so that somebody can work on this. Okay. Or you have used good methods and that is appropriate to what the research question was, and you have used your methods very rigorously. You come out with conclusions with the support of data, or sometimes there is a previous work which you are connecting to, and you are having a good story which people feel like reading and connect with it. So these are some things which will help you to accept. This is important because what happens after title, the next thing is read is abstract. So you make it in such a way that when people read your work, they should be able to get something out of it and understand, and maybe if I'm looking for something, I should be able to go to your full paper. Even for the editors, they will look at title, abstract, and then only read the full. They may not read the, in fact, sometimes when we get an invitation for reviewing, we are sent only the abstract. And depending on the abstract, I decide whether I want to read this paper and review or not. Right? So most of the journals do that. Okay? Write a good covering letter, okay, which is very important. So highlight these things. Why is this topic important? Why is this result significant? Why did you choose this journal? Okay. And then you can say that, you know, I know that this is a very important journal and it has a reach in this particular group which I am targeting, and this work is important for them. Okay. So these things, if you build into your cover letter and make it direct, and again, one experience we had, of course, I was party to it as well. Somebody submitted, and then we got a rejection, and few days later we wanted to submit to another journal. Forgot to change we usually write the editor or the editor-in-chief, say suppose Indian Pediatrics. And we sent it next to say maybe say suppose to Pediatrics International. And you forget to change. Imagine it's like, you know, hitting your own foot with I don't know what, or shooting your foot. So we did that once. So again, these are learning things, so you have to be very careful. Okay? Usually editors and reviewers are looking at original and newer things. It can be a small thing which has changed, but that's adding novelty. So try and build that. Okay? And you should have enough numbers to justify your statistical conclusion. You can't say that, oh, I had only 15 people. Again, 15 could be a large number if it's something which is not very commonly done. But 15 for something which is very routine, and you say that, oh, I've done scaling for 15 people, I'm coming with this. Not really going to help. Okay, then you might need 500. I mean, so You need such things, okay? And if you are having a very large study, think you really want to slice it off, or maybe think if you want to combine a few things. Because again, salami slicing is something which is a no-no, okay? How can you make yourself better at writing, publishing? Start reading. This is something I advocate. I always do that. When I'm trying to write to a newer journal or something, I go through, I read, because it gives me ideas. I'm trying to right now do MBA, and I have to do a research. So I have started looking at, and I have actually collected a few papers in management journals because I have to do a research. So I need to understand what is that they do. I am okay with health research, but I don't know about management research. I just finished attending a conference in Manipal 3 days on service management, and I got very different perspectives. So you need to invest your time and energy into that, then only you understand things. So that's why read, build capacity, and I'm glad that you're here, you're learning, because if you attend such sessions, more and more, you attend some workshops, you have online courses, then you learn more and more about it, and try, practice, because see, it's okay. And I don't know how many of you were there when Dr. Arun Shanbag was talking. He said, don't be afraid of failures. And I totally agree with him. And you know what? Most of us don't put up our failures and say that, hey, on my status that, I failed. What will I put when I succeed? But you don't know how many times I have failed. I talked about my first publication in 2006, right? But I didn't tell you at that moment, and let me tell you now. I tried for 3 years before I could succeed. And I got 6 rejections. I had almost given up. Thanks to my friend in forensic medicine who's currently in Dammam, Dr. Ritesh, who said, nothing doing buddy, we are trying again. And we got it. So, that's how it is. Today it's much easier and better. 2006 it wasn't that easy, right? So, and collaborate and network. As I said, we have complementary strengths. So why don't you collaborate? You don't have to know everything. But then the moment you collaborate, and I said MBA, so I've collaborated somebody in TAPME. Because I sought her out, I looked at MAHE website, I said, oh, she has a Scopus index, H index of 7. I wrote to her, I went and met her, and so that's what. So I may not know something, but she does. And persevere. There's no shortcut to it. You have to go through the grind, but you become better. So I'll stop here. I'll take questions if you have any. Please.
So there are times when you feel your article is written properly and fairly okay. Of course, we can't write like how the people write to the rest. Many a times the article is in review for 9 to 10 months, almost a year, and they are back and forth, and they ask to do the reviews and corrections and all those things. And you're hopeful, okay, after so many corrections, they ask for more.
So just for the audience, benefit of the audience, I'll just repeat quickly what she said. So she said that sometimes we've written an article, we know that it's fairly decently done work. Now what happens is, you send it for publication, it comes back for revision, 2-3 times back and forth. You're hopeful that, okay, after these revisions I have made, probably it will get accepted, but unfortunately it gets rejected. You wasted enough time, 8, 9, 10 months, year, it didn't reach anywhere. You feel very dejected. What do you do in such a case? Unfortunate, shouldn't happen, because it should have, in that case, gone, back first or second time itself. But in such a case, you can only take it as a positive thing that probably it has become better and you will be able to publish elsewhere. That's what happened with that paper of ours. The 2006 I talked about, it's nothing but a 5 years, retrospective record-based study of accidents in Mangalore. And it got published in Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine after all. Elsevier, good journal. I had almost given up, but it happened. 3 years we lost, and that data became dated. But then I'll tell you another thing. Before it got accepted, actually first time we got 3.5 pages of reviewer comments, and I thought, gone. We sat down together, point to point we tried responding, and then we could not answer two things. One was a silly thing, but one was some more thing he had wanted us to get some more data. We just said, very sorry, but we have done this already, and then we can't go back and we can't get access because this was from police records and all. So, however, we will keep it in mind in our future studies and we'll definitely look into it. And my friend said that probably we'll get a minor revision and it will get accepted, but you won't believe it. Next 15 days later, we get acceptance, not even a minor revision. So that happened. So sometimes, take it as a positive thing. I do understand, I know where you're coming from, but then it's unfortunate. It can happen sometimes, but some of the journals allow you for an appeal. But again, I've tried a couple of times, very few times, but then appeal doesn't always succeed, So take it as a positive thing. Maybe your paper has become better. That's all you can think of. Another thing I'll tell you, you didn't ask for. I've had this experience. Sometimes they will say that, okay, now we will accept it as a letter to editor, and you will have a 700 words limit, and then, maybe only 1 or 2 reference or maybe 1 table depending on the journal policy. Once this happened with me, and I said nothing doing. So I said, no, in that case, I would withdraw my paper, and I went to another journal, and I got full paper published, because then you have to see. But if that letter to editor is in a NEJM or Lancet, I'll say, yeah, okay, fine, because that matters. So it depends again what you want, what do you want to prioritize. So if your priority is to get into a Lancet or maybe NEJM and they are offering you that and you feel that that's hopeful, then you may want to go ahead with that. And let me tell you, these Lancet, and we had one experience, Lancet returns your paper in some 2 to 4 hours sometimes. NEJM returns within, again, a day or a couple of hours, or, So it's that faster turnout. They publish every week and they have so many submissions, so rejection is also very high. Sometimes I think it's not really necessary to go to those top journals unless you feel your research is really worth. But what you can do is you start small. As I said some time back, low-hanging fruits. Get those and then step up, okay? Because then you start getting into that and you feel so good, you feel motivated. Imagine the first time itself you get a big jhatka. That is, most of the time it's big confidence shaker for us, right? And many of the times some people will say, enough, I've had enough. So instead, start small and always collaborate, right? Thank you. I know we are over time, but I hope this has been, yes. I'll take this last question, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Sir, is there a number of authors that we can have? Like, I think because the more the number of authors, does the quality or...
So her question is, do we have a cap on the number of authors that we can have? Depends. Some journals have these restrictions, some don't. Now, second part of her question was, if we have more authors, does it mean that the quality of the paper is going down? Not necessarily. I have been a part of one of the papers which came out last year, International Journal of Tuberculosis and Lung Disease. We have formulated guidelines for asthma in developing world. There are 60 plus authors. I'm one of them. I'm somewhere around 50th author, okay? Doesn't matter, because depends. That's a very important work. Everybody contributed, yes. But would I advocate that for maybe an original paper or something like that? May not be. In that case, no. And some journals will also look at that. Why are you having? Because they ask you now for contributions. And as I said, contributions are to be quantified, measured, right? And some journals have very weird policies. Like some journals, including Indian Journal of Ophthalmology, says only 4 authors for this particular category, only 6 authors for original. I somehow, because once I had 7. Now, how do I decide which one out of the 7 will be going out, only 6 will? Injustice. So I would say that in that case, I will not target that journal. If I'm convinced that all 7 deserve to be an author, I'll not go with that. Because even if I write to them, they'll say, hello boss, this is our policy. We have already spelled it out. Sorry, we can't. So, so you have to decide. But if you think that there is a merit for everybody to be an author and they deserve, go with some journal which will allow. And there are journals, of course, there are sometimes I look at it the other way. I see some papers which are just a survey of 200, 300 people, a Google form survey, and I'll see 11 authors. You tell me what's the justification. But then what happens? Jump onto the bandwagon. I pat your back, you pat mine. So tomorrow you publish, you put my name. I put your name. That also happens. I mean, sorry to say, but this is what is happening. So that is again something which is leading to all these things. So thank you. And now any other thing I'll take personally, okay? Not delay this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'd like to request Dr. Nidhi, Associate Professor from the Department of Oral Pathology, to kindly felicitate sir. Series of lectures. We hope to the speaker.